यहाँ पे बैठते हैं।
A mesmerizing good morning to everyone. I welcome you all to the International Conference on Public Health and Dietary Lifestyle, organized by Universal Society of Food and Nutrition and associated with BioLeaks. About USFN. Universal Society of Food and Nutrition is one of the non-profitable professional associations meant for research and development in the field of food and nutrition. USFN is a paramount body which has brought technical revolution and sustainable development in the field of food and nutrition. USFN is a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forums and associates constitutes of professional leaders, universities, organizations, and associations connecting each other with a mission to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. About BioLeaks. BioLeaks is a not-for-profit professional association which prominently promotes research and development. We at BioLeaks have brought a revolution in the field of worldwide conferences. BioLeaks conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of life science and medicine technology. BioLeaks Worldwide conduct events worldwide which help in enhancing the skill set of the people from diverse industries and also forms a common platform for eminent personalities, physicians, researchers, doctors, and academicians, professionals, business figures, and much more. BioLeaks conference encourages better comprehension about improvements and progressions over the world through worldwide conferences with the speed of science and technology. We work with our motto, creating a better tomorrow, by organizing conferences and creating a network which will help grow a better tomorrow with the help of advanced technology and achieve. About the conference. The International Conference on Public Health and Dietary Lifestyle is an international event that brings together experts and professionals from the field of public health, nutrition, dietetics, food science, and healthcare. We extend our warm welcome to all specialists and researchers interested in presenting their research and take part in this remarkable conference on public health and dietary lifestyle. The conference provides an opportunity to share research and best practices, discuss emerging trends, and form collaborations in the areas of public health and dietary lifestyle. It also serves as a platform for networking with fellow professionals and experts in the field. The conference will feature keynote speakers and panel discussions on topics related to public health, nutrition, and dietary lifestyle, such as nutrition in workplace, healthy eating for children, food access, and affordability and sustainability. The goal of conference is to promote health and well-being through the dissemination of knowledge and research related to public health and dietary lifestyle. Conference on public health and dietary lifestyle will also unreveal the route to numerous productive professionals opportunities capable of elevating one's career to new heights. Now, I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries, Mr. Rudrabhanu Satpathy, founder and CEO, Technored Group and USFN, India, and our eminent keynote speakers for the day. The first keynote speaker is Dr. Sajida Begum, Medical Affairs Manager, Esperer Nutrition, India. Dr. Rachana Bhoiti, Head Nutrition Science and Clinical Research, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, India. Ms. K. Kalpo Luktu, Founder, A Plate of Bahek Cubo Metro Manila, National Capital Region, Philippines. Dr. M. Raj Mohammed Kalanjinam, Nutritionist, Head Nutrition, Quality and R&D, NG Feeds Private Limited, India. And session chairs for the day, Dr. Sripriya Shazi, Counseling Psychologist and Nutritionist, Srisha Counseling, a Center for Nutrition and Psychological Well-being, affiliated to World Mental Health Federation, India. Vimala Bira, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Food Safety and Quality Assurance, Acharya N.G. Ranga Agriculture University, India. Isha Sukwal, Assistant Professor, Department of Home Sciences, IAS, deemed to be University, India. Dr. Deepali Sharma, Assistant Professor, Nutrition and Dietetics, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, SGT University, Gurugram, India. Dr. Bhavana Vai Chauban, Principal, Foods and Nutrition, Home Science, Sardar Patel University, India. Meenal Chauhan, Assistant Professor, Foods and Nutrition, Sardar Patel University, India. Thank you for joining us today. I would like to take opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the globe who have spared their valuable time in enlightening with us in their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all the attendees in joining us today. Once again, I welcome you all to this international conference on public health and dietary lifestyle. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Rudrabhanu Satpathy, founder and CEO, Technored Group and USFN, India, to give inaugural message. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, Bhargavi, for this wonderful introduction of all of us, and a wonderful good morning to everyone. Esteemed dignitaries, revered speakers, chairpersons, faculties, organizing secretary, organizing committee members, the organizing team, and delegates, presenters, and listeners from nook and corner of India and overseas countries. International Conference on Public Health and Dietary Lifestyle, ICPDL 2023, is a brainchild of Universal Society for Food and Nutrition. So USFN, a part of Technoarid Group, once again, as a responsible organization, focuses on the prime area of food, nutrition, and healthcare, as well as dietetic lifestyle. And it's very important and crucial these days to pick up these key areas that even covers the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations Organization. And it's highly important simultaneously to create platform where experts must gather, share their experience, and we have to bridge the learners and learneds of the field. We are keen in organizing these type of scientific conferences so that we could create knowledge hubs and platforms that will enlighten young researchers and young innovators working in healthcare sectors, nutrition, as well as dietary lifestyle sectors to come forward and get motivated to develop researches, innovations, and ideas that would give scientific solutions to the problems and challenges we face today. Our vision is to unite industries and academia, and we're rapidly collaborating with industries like Esper Nutrition, Dr. Reddy's Laboratory, and we do simultaneously similar activities and events in our other organization, and we deal with cardiometabolic as well, and we also organize cancer conferences. Recently, one conference, Indo-Oncology Summit, was organized that focused, basically, we had an exclusive session on onco-nutrition, cancer nutrition, where Dr. Sajida Begum was a speaker. And we are multiplying the same things. And the outcome is that today we had 176 registrations for this conference, and presentations were like 127 after shortlisting with thorough double peer blind review. And we have 49 listeners today, and we have 3 international participants from United Arab Emirates, Nigeria, and Philippines. I greet everyone and express my gratitude to be a part of this conference. I express my hearty gratitude once again to all the speakers, those who will be adding splendid values to this conference and will be making us productive and efficient in producing world-class content. That content will be helpful. We deal with community management particularly. Community management must be responsible. The communities has to come forward, have to connect the experts, peers of the field, and we are doing so through these type of activities and operating the associations so that educations could be imparted through our meetings and events. We are continuously organizing this type of activities, and we insist and urge institutions to come forward, academic institutions, particularly universities. We have many organizing committee members, chairpersons, the session chairs from different academia as well. We have provided institutional membership to many institutions, and we urge institutions and academic universities to come forward and have USFN's institutional chapters so that the students of the universities could get access to global content, to listen, interact, and connect and network with international experts of their field. We are also bridging academia and industry so that industries have the opportunities to deal with the resource crisis, as well to build up a proper powerhouse of research and innovation. We provide all possible services, including technology, environment, network, psychological aspects, and educational aspects to inculcate higher quality of educations and higher quality of research and innovations. It's very essential to create research environment, especially incubation environment, where ideas and innovations would grow up and come up as ideas to be implemented as startups or industrial outcomes or solutions to the problem statements. I wish everyone all the best for this wonderful conference. I believe these couple of days of conference on 10th and 11th of May, today and tomorrow will be a wonderful experience to meet learn and network with each other. We would have a privilege of shortlisting some articles so that they could be published in high quality internet online repositories like journals or transactions or periodicals as well. And our editorial board is working keenly on it also to shortlist the research works. And we believe developing and imparting courses and our faculty development programs that are going on continuously with our platform. I wish everyone once again all very best for this conference, and I believe this will be a wonderful experience for all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for wonderful message and for the wishes. Now, I would like to welcome our keynote speakers of the day, Dr. Sajida Begum, Medical Affairs Manager, ESPER, Nutrition, India. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Bhargavi. I think I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank you all for inviting me here. I take the privilege today to be one of the keynote speaker, and I would be enlightening on a very important topic. My enter button is not working. Can I get an access? So I am representing Aspera Nutrition. We are a nutraceutical-based, research-based organization, and I would be enlightening on a very key important topic, that is importance of nutrition in cancer patients. So nutrition is a very core subject, and we all know that nutrition is a process in which food, whenever it is taken in and used by the body for the growth and to keep the body healthy and to replenish the tissues. So good nutrition is very much important for a good health. So eating healthy eating habits has been the core, and it is important even during, before and after the cancer treatment. So if we take an enlightening change towards the history, then we have seen that very few like Indians, Egyptians, the Chinese and the Sumerians were just the few civilizations who were using at that time food as a medicine. So the modern nutraceutical market, this began to develop in Japan in 1980s. So on contrast to that, they have used natural herbs and spices, which is used as folk medicine during centuries in Asia. So likewise, the nutrition came into core, and the nutraceutical industry that has grown alongside the expansion, and thus it came into exploration how it will be included in the modern technology as well. So if you talk about in 400 BC, as we all know, Hippocrates, the Greek physician, who is also the father of medicine, he said that let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. So he realized that food, it impacts a person's health. It is very important for our body, for our mind, and very important for our tissues. So as that, it can be, the illnesses can be prevented as well as maintain, we all maintain wellness. So now, as our important core subject, I would like to ask you all, so does nutrition really play a major role in the quality of life of patients? So in further slides, I would be discussing why nutrition is very much important, how malnutrition come into in a very big concern for the cancer patients. So this is an international data which I have collected. There's a worldwide data. So based on the WHO data, the Global Cancer Observatory and the GCO 365, by 2020, 19.2 million cancer cases have been come over, and there has been 9.95 million deaths, among which, if we see, taking care of both the sexes, male and female, and all the ages, breast cancer is one very important concern, which alone itself occupies 11.7%, followed by lung cancer, colorectal cancer, prostate cancer, stomach cancer, liver cancer, and cervix uteri. And if we see the number of deaths, The major cases, if we see, lung cancer is one kind of cancer where we see 18% of deaths occur, followed by colorectal cancer, liver cancer, stomach cancer, breast cancer, esophageal cancer, pancreatic cancer, and prostate cancer, and which also includes others cancers like head and neck cancers, esophageal cancers, which is 35.7 cancers. So as malnutrition, this affects the patient's health by loss of their appetite, or they lack interest to have their food or fluids. So they face a very much compromised life in their quality of life which they are living. For example, they will feel very tired. There would be no energy left over, reduce ability to perform their daily tasks, such as just taking a shower or getting dressed or by cooking. So malnutrition has been a very common problem, and this is a very common problem in cancer patients because this has been recognized as a very important component of the adverse effects of either cancer or the treatment they undergo during this period of time. So this leads to increased morbidity and mortality, and thus it compromises their quality of life. Now, how this happens? Whenever the proper nutrition doesn't go inside the tissues does not get that energy. So there are increased number of complications, which reduces the tolerance of their oncology treatment. Thus, it reduces their treatment outcome as well. This worsens their muscle function. We will see that there are certain changes in their skeletal muscle mass. If we talk about cachexia or we talk about sarcopenia, then we will also see that there would be delayed wound healing, and which lastly decreases the patient's quality of life. Now, whenever we talk about the metabolism, how the cancer related defects, it actually affects the metabolism of carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. Now, talking about the carbohydrate metabolism, we have seen scientific evidences says that the main pathway of glucose metabolism in cancer cells in aerobic metabolism. So sorry for this. Yeah. So in cancer cells in aerobic glycolysis, if we talk about, the Warburg effect is a very important metabolism which promotes the growth, survival, and proliferation, and the long-term maintenance of the body and the cells. So the common feature of this altered mechanism, this increases the glucose uptake, and thus formation of the glucose to lactate that is being affected. So cancer patients, also we see that in the Cori cycle activity, which is very important. So where lactate is recycled to glucose, this increases the gluconeogenesis, and the best known metabolic abnormality in the cancer cells, we see that there is glucose intolerance, there is insulin resistance, abnormal insulin secretion, and delayed glucose clearance, increased glucose production, which is very, very much into concern, and variably this increases the Cori cycle activity. Coming to the cancer-related defects in the body fat metabolism, we have a case like hyperlipidemia. So in hyperlipidemia, if we talk about, then excess fat depletion, this is also very important relative to their body mass, how much fat should be required, how much other vitamins and minerals should be required. So if we talk about that, this is also being affected. So there is decreased free fatty acids and the glycerol turnover, and there is decreased lipoprotein lipase activity as well. So this enzyme plays a very important role in fat metabolism. So that is also being affected. So whenever we talk about the cancer-related defects in protein metabolism, so increased whole body turnover. So the proper protein balance, it goes into a different way. So which actually reduces the muscle. If we talk about the skeletal muscle, it does not get ample amount of protein. So protein breakdown occurs very faster. So there is persistent muscle protein breakdown, and there is decreased plasma branch and amino acids. But as there are very much scientific research which is going on, and very much we have seen that there are a lot of scientific evidences which we have gone through. So we have seen that this is we are in a control. So this is the good news. And the World Cancer Research Fund, they have also said that if we take care of the diet, if we take care of the proper nutrition, in what quantities it needs to be consumed, and if we take high protein and vegetable intake, this may reduce the cancer incidence by 40% to 64%. So if we talk about the preventive care, nutrition comes into a very important place. So even the newest research, it says that good nutrition, we can also improve the survival rate of the people with some cancers, because it improves the treatment outcome, first of all, and also it reduces the side effects by the cancer treatment. So by calming down the genes, which are responsible for the cancer growth. Now, why nutrition therapy is so important in cancer patients? So it is important because whenever we talk about nutrition and the patient when suffers from malnourishment, or we can call it as malnutrition as well, so good nutrition comes into play, because it is very important, because at that time, whenever the cancer patient, they go through that stage, compromising their physical and mental health, the good nutrition will actually help their physical performance and also their weight loss, which we see that more than 5% weight loss occurs in the cancer patients, in some cancer patients. So good nutrition can give them a light, and it can improve the overall good quality of their life. So nutrition is very important, and it is important for all of us to give a very warm concern on it. And it is very important for us to monitor, and it is our responsibility to improve the quality of life of the cancer patients. So during the cancer, if we talk about there is alteration in their taste or their smell, so they are not able to eat proper amount of food. So in a return, they also lost their appetite at that time, and it gives a very unpleasant side effect of the cancer treatment. So they can stop you from eating a healthy balanced diet, potentially leading to weight loss, and even it can cause malnutrition. So taste and smell alteration generally appear shortly after patients begin their treatment, or it may last even for 6 to 12 months after their recovery, after their treatment ends, or sometimes it may even extend longer as well. So unintentional weight loss can cause the patient to feel tired and weak, makes them feel lethargic, and their immunity decreases, which leads to them very much prone to other infections. Thus, overall, it is reducing their quality of life. So it is important for everyone to follow up and achieve the nutritional hemostasis. So if we talk about the nutritional screening tool and assessment in cancer patients, these are the 6 important tools which we all should know, which is actually used for nutritional screening and assessment in cancer patients, like the nutritional risk assessment 2022. We also call that as NRS 2002. Malnutrition Universal Screening Tool, that is MUST scale. Mini Nutrition Assessment, which is MNA. Malnutrition Screening Tool, MST. Subjective Global Assessment, SGA. And also Patient Generated Subjective Global Assessment, PGSGA. So there is an urgent need to raise all the oncologists and the dietitians to cause an awareness of the need for early screening in the cancer patients. So the common causes are poor intake in cancer patients. We have seen both the physiological and psychological changes, and also some of the adverse effects it occurs because of the cancer therapy as well. So if we talk about the physiological changes, dysphagia, odynophagia, or the partial or total gastrointestinal obstruction is a very major concern. This will lead, firstly, lose their ability to intake the food, and also early satiety would be caused, which will, because of this, the patient can also suffer from nausea and vomiting, and other concern like xerostomia, mouth soreness, sticky saliva, and also some patients we have seen that they also come with a complaint of painful throat or trismus, where they are not able to open their mouth completely. And certain oral lesions, if we talk about like oral mucositis, where whole of the oral buccal mucosa is basing ulcerated or certain inflammations we would see where the patient is not able to take their food. They do not take to so under the esophagus it doesn't go down, and because of the inflammation of the esophagus, where I have shown here that it is esophagitis, which we call, and altered food preference and food aversion and food avoidance. So talking about the psychological changes, so since whenever the cancer patient they come to know and they get diagnosed with it, the patient not only suffers from physiological changes or changes only in their physical body, they also go through some mental changes as well. Their psychological health is also impacted. So we see a lot of patients, they are having multiple stresses, and they will even come to a very important concern, that is a lot of anxiety, and general distress is one concern, and lower, so they will also, that will also lead to them not to communicate socially as well. So lastly it will lead them to a very lower social support. So talking about the cancer therapy induced adverse effects, so as I was talking about that they have lot of oral changes, so deterioration in taste and smell and appetite as the consequence of the tumor, acute or chronic radiation enteritis during and after radiotherapy, which can also result them from nausea or vomiting, or the GIT disturbances can occur. So the radiotherapy or chemotherapy induced mucositis, which is one of the very important physiological changes which we see as a adverse effect of cancer therapy. So nutritional intervention, this has to be considered, and we can use nutritional intervention as a supportive measure within the global oncology strategy. So talking about the curative oncology care, this actually contributes to reduce the post-operative infection rate. We can bring a better control of cancer-related symptoms, where the hospitalization becomes lengthened and the patient has to see the hospital every day. So it can bring a shortening towards that, improve tolerance to treatment. So nutritional intervention in cancer patient, this aims to identify first, prevent, and treat malnutrition through nutrition counseling with or without oral nutritional supplements or via artificial nutrition. So when the patient, they are not able to consume the normal food intake, so we would recommend them to take nutritional supplements or via artificial nutrition. The patients who are bedridden, we can give them enteral or parenteral nutrition, thus improving their quality of life. Now, how this metabolism actually works by nutrition. So since I was talking about the three important metabolism, the changes in the carbohydrates, fats, and proteins, the Cori cycle activity. So in carbohydrate metabolism, the Cori cycle activity improves, lactate levels improves, glucose intolerance, it is being taken care of, and there is good amount of glucose production. So nutrition basically helps in the carbohydrate metabolism as well. So talking about the metabolism in fats, so they increase the lipolysis, decrease lipogenesis, highest turnover of glycerol and fatty acids, and increase their triglyceride due to decreased lipoprotein lipase. In the protein metabolism, they increase the muscle metabolism. The muscle metabolism increases, decrease in protein synthesis, and negative nitrogen balance, that is being taken care of. So now talking about the ESPEN guidelines, so the three category, that is energy, protein, and fat. So in energy, we have, it recommends that use direct calorimetric to determine the resting energy expenditure if available, or estimate their RLE levels with formulas like Harris, Benedict, Schofield, or WHO. So also assume a physical activity level of 1 to 1.5 per day. And protein, it is advised to take 1.2 to 1.5 gram per kg body weight per day to maintain or restore the lean body mass. Talking about fat intake should be taken care of. So the amount should be at least 35% of the TE. And in case of insulin resistance, or if a higher energy density is required, up to 50% of TE may be considered. So supplementation of omega-3 fatty acids, that comes also into concern in the cancer patients having weight loss. So if we talk about the euphosapentoic acid and glucosahexanoic acid, it comes into very important play in cancer patients who are undergoing the weight loss. So also be considered, and that if the caloric intake is less than 60% of the estimated requirements, like for a over of 1 to 2 weeks, or if eating is not possible for a week, insufficient nutritional intake should be validated. So enteral or parental nutrition is indicated in case of the nutritional intake is inadequate, and if an improvement of quality of life, increased longevity, and greater patient comfort can be expected by this. So along with dietary modifications, the counseling is very, very important on the importance of nutrition, as well as the physical activity should be very much taken care of, and lifestyle modification that has to be done by the doctor or the dietitian as a part of the multimodal approach to tackle the malnutrition in cancer patients. So here I have shown that how we can divide the plate into 3 sections. As we know that vegetables and salads, the protein content and the mixed, which comprises of the whole grains and the starch, that has to be taken care of. So if you take one plate, balance the plate with 50% of vegetables with salad, 25% should be mixed whole grains and starch, and 25% should be protein source. So these are the main components of a healthy diet. That is, minimum 2 liters of water is being recommended to be taken per day. Well-balanced macronutrient intake throughout the day, high level of micronutrients, like if we talk about the vitamins and minerals, which includes zinc, calcium, magnesium, iron. Vitamin is very, very important for our body. So all the vitamins needs to be taken care of, and high level of micronutrients are being recommended. And avoidance of anti-nutrients like the junk food, we are very much every day we do consume that, so that has to be taken care of. Either I would suggest to avoid or to reduce the intake of anti-nutrients. So since we all know that it takes 45 days to change a habit and incorporate a new one, since our whole of the lifestyle, whole of the life, we see it's a journey. So lifestyle change is very important if you do it for good. So live your life as your health depends on it, because it does. So eating healthy food fills your body with energy and nutrients. So just imagine yourself smiling back at you and saying, and now I would conclude it by saying thank you. Now I'm open to questions. If any questions are there, I am here to answer.
Good morning, ma'am. I have one question, actually.
Your voice is very much blurred, actually. Can you please be louder? You can write it on the chat box.
Now, am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, I have one question. Can you just brief about the relation between cancer and carbohydrate? You were that explaining carbohydrate metabolism.
Yes. Sure.
Thank you.
See, thank you first of all for this question. This actually comes into a very important role for malnutrition, basically. Since I was talking about cachexia and other concern, talking about malnutrition. So there is an important cancer cell. Whenever they are activated, a Cori cycle is being activated. And we all know that Warburg effect is one metabolism which actually promotes growth, survival, and proliferation of the tissues. So glucose uptake, whenever the glucose metabolism takes place in the cancer cells, we will see that there is a layer of normal cells and cancerous cells in the basal metabolism, or in whenever we see that. So if the proper glucose intake, if we don't take care of, that will actually lead to more proliferation of the cancerous cells. So in cancer cells, the glucose uptake and production of lactate should be taken care of, and this needs to be increased. So since we all know in aerobic glycolysis, oxygen is required for multiplication. So if normal cells, if it is just multiplying, so during the cancer, if we compare the normal cells and the cancer cells, if we see that if only 20% the normal cells are being multiplying, cancer cells will multiply more than 4 times. So glucose actually leads to rapid proliferation of cells. So it is very important for us to take care of the carbohydrate metabolism. There was also one research study which also says that high fat, low carbohydrate is recommended in cancer patients. So that's how, if we take a high fat, low carbohydrate diet, it takes care of this metabolism. So this metabolism of carbohydrate, if we talk about, whenever the glucose is converted to lactate, so that needs to be taken care of. So that's how this metabolism actually works.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other question?
Thank you, ma'am. Participants, if you have any queries or questions regarding this session, you can keep your queries in chat box and ma'am is ready to answer that. Is there any other questions for ma'am? Okay, I hope they are clear with the session, ma'am. So it was very informative.
Thank you
And,
so much, Bhargavi.
I request all the participants to turn on their camera so that we can have a snap of that. I repeat again, I request all the participants to turn on their camera so that we can have a snap. Thank you, participants. Thank you for cooperating. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today and making this session more informative.
Thank you so much, Bhargavi. Thank you.
Now we are going with the other second keynote speaker, Dr. Rachana Bhoiti, Head Nutrition Science and Clinical Research, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, India. Rachana, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Bhargavi. I'm sharing my screen. Just let me know once you can see it.
Sure, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen.
Yeah. So good morning, one and all present over here. I'm Dr. Rachana Bhoite. I head the nutrition science and clinical research here in Dr. Reddy's. So today I've got this opportunity to share some insights with you for the metabolic syndrome and what's the importance of medical nutrition therapy in metabolic syndrome and how we can tackle this problem. So my discussion today will be around the same. So allow me to so hope my presentation is visible to everyone. So coming to the actual slide, like what is metabolic syndrome? We all know that metabolic syndrome is defined as a condition that when 3 or more than 3 of this disease condition are prevalent in the patient. And when we talk about this, what are these conditions? These conditions are abdominal obesity. The person may have elevated plasma triglyceride, low HDL cholesterol, elevated blood pressure, or elevated fasting blood sugar levels. So if a person is having any of these 3 or more, we say that the person is suffering from metabolic syndrome. And why it is important to evaluate this is because the outcome of this situation or the condition is that the person will be suffering from one or more of the diseases like type 2 diabetes, he may be suffering from liver ailment. Because of the comorbidities, his exposure to the cardiovascular events also increase. And at the same time, the hypertension problem may also arise. And right now we know that in India, there is a rise of all these individual problems. If we talk about hypertension, diabetes, etc. The prevalence of diabetes in India itself is now ranging from 12 to 18%. Going to the next slide. My enter button is not working. Just a second.
So it's compulsory for actually 2 months before I
Okay.
send a photo. It's a nice.
I hope you all can see my screen now also. So basically, why is it important to tackle this metabolic syndrome? So here I will be talking about the prevalence of metabolic syndrome globally versus India. So if you see in United States also, the prevalence of metabolic syndrome is around 25%. So 1/4 of the population is suffering from three or more than three conditions which we talked about in the start of the presentation. And the scenario is pretty same in the European countries also. And when we come and see the data of South Asians particularly, the range of metabolic syndrome is same. I mean, 20 to 25% of Southeast Asian population is suffering from metabolic syndrome. And as we live in India, if we look at the Indian data, we see that 1/3 of our urban population in India of major cities are suffering from metabolic syndrome. And the prevalence of this metabolic syndrome varies according to the region, the extent of urbanization, lifestyle patterns, and socio-economic and cultural factors which a person is exposed to. So if I give you one example, suppose if a person is living in a metro city, his exposures to the lifestyle pattern, urbanization is very different versus a person staying in the rural area. And all these factors are contributing to the metabolic syndrome which a person is suffering from. If you look at the various studies which have been conducted in India, like in the Chennai urban population study, which is a CUP study, a very famous one, the prevalence of metabolic syndrome based on the guidelines was around 11.2%. One of the study which was done in Jaipur based on the ATP3 guidelines again has shown that the prevalence of metabolic syndrome is around 25%. So our prevalence is not different than the global prevalence or the South Asian prevalence. And therefore, there is a need to tackle this. Now coming to the next point, like why is it important? So this high prevalence of metabolic syndrome and this ability to detect people at risk for cardiovascular diseases or type 2 diabetes mellitus has led the National Cholesterol Education Program to lay down certain guidelines to tackle this metabolic syndrome. And according to them, the lifestyle changes are not only the starting point, but also the cornerstone for the management of metabolic syndrome. And when we talk about the lifestyle changes, what does come under lifestyle changes is the dietary habits which a person follows, or the physical activity which a person has to follow for a healthy lifestyle comes under this cornerstone for metabolic syndrome. And with this, the adherence, a long-term adherence is very important, Because suppose if you do a diet for 1 month and a physical activity for 1 month, it's not going to give you the results as early as possible. And therefore, the guidelines also say that we have to adhere to a long-term process, at least for 3 to 4 months. When you adhere to this lifestyle changes, you start to see a positive change. And because of that, we have to adhere to the guidelines which all the recommendations and the international federations have come with. So quickly looking at what are the primary guidelines which international and national bodies have given. So if we talk about IDF, and IDF has given some of the guidelines which are like moderate calorie restriction. So this calorie restriction can range from 5 to 10% loss of body weight in the first year. Now here, if you focus your attention, they are saying that moderate calorie restriction will give you this 5 to 10% of body loss in 1 year. So your adherence, the long-term adherence which I was talking about, has to be for at least 1 year. And most of our studies say that people are not able to adhere to this long-term project which they have to adhere to. Along with the calorie restriction, moderate physical activity and change in the dietary composition is required, which will bring in the significant improvement in the cholesterol level, reduce the blood blood LDL levels, impact the rise in the HDL level, and at the same time will impact your body weight. So these were the international guidelines. We have also the recommendation from National Cholesterol Education Program and the ATP3 guidelines, which also says that low intake of saturated fat, trans fat, and cholesterol, along with the reduction in the consumption of simple sugars and increase in the intake of fruits, vegetables, and whole grains, can help in managing the metabolic syndrome. If we come to our own RSSDI, the Indian guidelines, they have also certain guidelines for the metabolic syndrome. Now, if we talk about the carbohydrate intake, according to RSSDI, for managing the metabolic syndrome, the carbohydrate intake should be in range of 45 to 65% of the calories. And most important is that this carbohydrate cannot be simple carbs. These carbohydrates have to be complex carbohydrate, most importantly. And when I say complex carbohydrate, it comes along with the low glycemic index food. Because when you take a low glycemic index food, the surge of sugar in the blood is less, and thereby we can prevent the onset of type 2 diabetes. Along with that, this carbs has to incorporate the soluble and insoluble fibers also. And the focus is that the substitute of polished white rice has to be done with the millets and brown rice. So these are the guidelines for carbohydrate. When you come to protein intake, the protein intake should range from 10 to 15% of total calories. And the researchers have shown that the protein intake in India is as low as 5 to 8% of the calories. So you see that we are higher on the refined calories coming from the carbohydrate. The protein intake is low. The fiber intake is low. The fat intakes in India are high. And because of that, we are eating a food which is prone to metabolic syndrome. That is, because of that, we are prone to obesity, we are prone to diabetes, and the intake of the junk food and the salt coming with it leads to hypertension also. So when we'll have to tackle metabolic syndrome with high prevalence worldwide and in India, we have to adhere to all these guidelines which these national and international bodies have given us. If we look that all these guidelines are given to us, but what is the impact of these guidelines? And as we delve into more science and the research papers and see the role of dietary intervention and the exercise, we see that there were two groups, which is the intervention group, wherein 400 gram of fruits and vegetable was given, plus a supervised exercise program was given, versus a control group where no intervention was given. We saw a significant decrease in the parameters like total cholesterol, low LDL, the triglycerides also reduced, and there was a significant impact in the lowering of the fasting blood glucose levels and the blood pressures. So what we come to know from this is that a prudent dietary pattern which has rich amount of fruits and vegetables and consumed for a period of 24 weeks was successful in management of metabolic syndrome. Now, if you see over here, outpatient randomized controlled trial has seen that impact of dietary pattern was also seen with the impact of exercise and the diet assigned to them for 6 months. Again, please focus on the period of intervention. Earlier, it was 3 months. Over here, you see that for 6 months, when the intervention was given in the obese patients, the body weight decreased by around 8.4%. The metabolic syndrome impact was seen. So overall, all the parameters were impacted over here. So now, if you see other diets also, there are different diets which we all know that based to a diet to reduce the risk of diabetes. There are low carb diets to reduce the risk of diabetes. And there are many diets, DASH diets, to reduce the impact of hypertension. So we see that a long-term adherence to this diet has shown a positive impact on the outcome of metabolic syndrome. Now we come to the real problem that everybody knows that yes, we have to adhere to the good dietary pattern. We have to adhere to the diet exercises. But why it is not changing? Why it is not changing? Because first of all, if you see the guidelines, it is a long-term therapy. We are not able to adhere to this long-term therapy. Secondly, if you see that there are so many changes which a person has to do. When I say so many changes, you have to take care of carbohydrates, you have to take care of protein, the fiber has to be included, the carbs which you include has to be low GI carbs. So many things have to be taken into consideration for long term, which is impacting the adherence. So if I talk about this research, which I'm talking about on this slide, the current guidelines for the treatment of metabolic syndrome purpose and the lifestyle change as the first line of intervention has shown that studies in this field of obesity and diabetes have shown that adherence remains an issue of concern. So 87.5% of the patient over here could not adhere to the intervention, which is a diet and the physical activity, which we told were not able to adhere to it. If you see the physical activity, 42% of them were non-adherent, partially few could adhere to, and only 21.3% of the patient could adhere to the physical activity. And there were various determinants. So we went a step ahead and understood what are the determinants of non-adherence to the dietary advice. So first important came up is a female gender. Why? Because as a female, the person has to take care of the entire family. So first she thinks about the family diet, and then if she gets time, she thinks about herself. And as reported by the females that they don't get time for the physical activity. Increasing age, joint family members, uh, their placement far away from the hospital or the caregiver, or the poor knowledge on the disease per se, and the advices from other people other than the doctors have incorporated to one of the factors of dietary adherence. So even after knowing the importance and everything, people could not adhere to what the dietitians or the doctors were saying. And therefore, there comes the importance of medical nutrition therapy. What does medical nutrition therapy brings to us is a logical and easy to use plan. So the reduced effectiveness of the conventional dietary patterns, and as we saw that it's difficult to adhere to, this is the strategy for long-term structured plan. And the benefit of the meal replacement strategies are that it provides a controlled amount of calories and fat in a prefixed portion. So if you see at the medical nutrition therapy, in one serve, suppose you have to take 50 grams of the powder or the medical nutrition therapy, you get everything what a guideline is saying you. You get enough amount of protein, you get complex carbohydrates, you get right amount of fat, which is designed for the improvement of HDL cholesterol. So everything you get in an easy and convenient manner. You reduce the number of decisions on food preparation. So suppose a woman today cannot prepare a different food for herself, she can just mix this meal replacer and get the amount of nutrition which she wants to be consumed in one meal. Along with that, the reduced exposure of tempting food, and at the same time, meal replacement provides a nutrient composition necessary for long-term weight management and healthy nutrition. I will harp on this point because what is the importance? Suppose you go on a diet for 1 month. Long-term adherence is a problem. For 1 month, you decrease your calorie intake, you decrease your fat intake, but with that decrease, you are decreasing the amount of food which is going in your body and the micronutrients which are very important for the functioning. So when you reduce this amount of diet, actually you are reducing the micronutrients which is not required. Therefore this medical nutrition therapy brings to you the benefit of addition of micronutrients which are very important, which will further help in body reduction and energy release in your body. So that's the importance of medical nutrition therapy. And we did the systemic analysis, and we saw that if the glycemic index of any of the food which is designed for metabolic syndrome, and we checked that this product had a low glycemic index and glycemic response. And if you see over here, if you check this product versus the reference glucose, this high protein, high fiber nutritional supplements have lower amount of glycemic index, and you can see that it gives you the steady energy for long term. And therefore this plant-based high fiber, high protein supplements which are low in glycemic index also provides you satiety and reduces the postprandial glycemic response. So always choose a product or a meal replacement which is low in glycemic index. Glycemic index assessment is the first stepping stone for any of the product which is scientifically designed for the metabolic syndrome or addressing the problem of metabolic syndrome. The impact of this, we can say, the product which are designed for the tackling of metabolic syndrome has been seen on long-term intervention also. So for 24 weeks, how do they impact the blood glucose level, blood response? How do they impact the cholesterol level? That also has been seen in the long-term studies. And we see that in the continuous glucose monitoring also, which was done for 15 days, you can see that the product which has been designed in a scientific manner, which delivers the complex carbohydrate along with the protein and good fat, the mean change in the area under the curve from the baseline to week 12 was significantly lower in the intervention group versus the control group. So the product was effective in lowering the area under the curve and thereby bringing a significant impact in the fasting blood sugar levels. If you see the impacts with the ambulatory intestinal glucose profile, at the end of the 24 weeks, the change in the area under the curve was significant in the intervention arm versus the control arm. And we can see that significant reductions were noted in the intervention group for HbA1c and the fasting blood sugar levels at the end of 24 weeks. So this kind of metabolic syndrome design product will help you get a long-term impact and thereby help in reduction of the prevalence of metabolic syndrome and the secondary complications which it brings on. So this study highlights that twice daily consumption of this high protein, high fiber nutritional supplement significantly improved the glycemic control and reduced the average 24-hour glycemic response and the postprandial glucose spikes. The later sub-analysis also showed us that a positive impact on the blood profile was also seen. So here I was talking about that the HDL cholesterol significantly improved in intervention group versus the control group. So here I come to my concluding slide that lifestyle changes are not only the starting point, but the cornerstone for the management of metabolic syndrome. And the reduced effectiveness of conventional dietary treatment for weight loss and weight management in patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus may be improved by a meal replacement strategy, and thereby the medical nutrition therapy comes in. So meal replacement offers a promising strategy for treating obese patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus. And trust me, if you tackle this body weight and type 2 diabetes mellitus, the significant impact will be seen on the hypertension and the cholesterol levels also. So the best outcome with medical nutrition therapy in the management of metabolic syndrome have been shown to occur when they are taken for 6 months and over. So long-term adherence is very important. Thank you so much for this opportunity. If you have any questions, the forum is open now. And if you want to connect with me later on also, my email ID is over here. So over to the participants for any questions, any doubts. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. So participants, If you have any queries, you can mention that in chat box, or else you can even raise your hands also.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible to you?
Yeah, very much. Yeah.
Madam, it was very nice and informative session. I would just like to ask you that you have mentioned about plant-based supplements, right? Which is high in protein and high in fiber.
Yeah.
So what would be the amount of that supplement should be taken per day? And what would be the amount of protein and fiber in that particular quantity of supplement?
Okay. So when we talk about a supplement, it has to be a holistic supplement. See, first of all, when you talk about carbs, as I was talking, that the carbs should be complex carbohydrate. These days, you see there are products in the market, but they are loaded with maltodextrin. Now, if you see maltodextrin increases your blood sugar levels significantly. So, as a nutritionist or dietitians, we have to see the composition of the product. When you talk about the plant protein, the protein requirement does not change based on the quality of protein which we are talking about. When we talk about plant protein also has to be in the range of 10 to 15% of your calories. The benefit which a plant protein gives is that it these days, if you see, there is a lot of research on gut microbiome and how the gut microbiome and the gut brain axis. So the researchers have shown that plant protein also harness and give the positive environment to the gut bacterium. And therefore, these days, the importance of plant protein has increased. Your second question was revolving around fat. So, good quality fat has to be consumed. But when you talk about the portion or the percentage of carbs, protein, and fat, the ratio has to be similar. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. And madam, one more question, like the type of plant protein is mainly it is soya based or something else?
Yeah, so when you talk about the type of plant protein, now see, why milk protein or other kind of proteins became famous, because the PDCAS, the quality of protein we estimate based on the PDCAS value. Now, one important thing is that when you take a single source of plant protein, you may not get a PDCAS of 1. So when you are talking about the plant protein, the endeavor should be that you mix the quality and the quantity of plant protein to give you the PDCAS of 1. So for example, just an example, you mix pea protein plus the rice protein and it gives you the balance of amino acids, and thereby the PDCAS becomes 1. So the quality of protein has to be kept in mind when we talk about the plant protein.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Participants, any other questions? I repeat again, participants, if you have any queries regarding these sessions, you can raise your hand, or else you can put your query on your chat box also.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
As you told that the adherence should be till 6 months to get the best results. But can we like give one month improvement, or should we give at one go? This you have to follow for totally 6 months.
No.
Because people are not, they don't adopt everything together. They need time to change their diet and lifestyle pattern.
Exactly.
So how can we go about that?
Yeah, so to answer this, if you see any of the research which we do, or even if you go to a normal dietitian or a physician also, when we say that long-term intervention was successful, but we have the intermediate benchmarks also. So after 1 month, you check the waist hip ratio, or you check the impact on the, suppose if you see that in 1 month, if they have adhered to the regime, you may get some small improvement in the fasting blood glucose levels. So you check those. So after 1 month or 2 months, in between, if you check, this will give encouragement to the patient also that yes, he is seeing the small wins. And when you add up these small wins in long term, in 6 months, he will get a significant improvement. And why the studies are talking about this 6 months intervention or 1 year intervention is that when you stop this intervention, your body gets adhered to this kind of change, lifestyle pattern, and thereby the sustenance of this weight loss or this dietary pattern helps without the intervention also.
Okay. So we can tell them to adhere the total diet plan for a 6 months, and every month we should check their values.
Every month, or every 2 months, so based on the adherence, so you are very close to the patient. If you know that patient has strictly adhered to, and if you see there's some non-invasive method, so every month I'm not telling you to draw the blood or anything. If you think the patient has adhered to the diet which you have given, even the 1 kg or 2 kg weight loss in a month will boost him to further take the journey ahead. And if you only do their blood glucose level, a finger prick also, you will see a significant improvement. So based on the patient adherence, you have to decide which parameters you think will impact in 1 month. Maybe it's non-invasive method. And maybe at 3 months, you do some invasive methods like blood cholesterol levels, blood glucose levels,
Yeah.
HbA1c, because HbA1c and blood glucose parameters get impacted only after 3 months. So
That's
we
right.
will not recommend doing that at 1 month. So based on your expertise, you have to decide that.
Thank you so much. It was very informative.
Welcome.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Sure.
Yeah. So, ma'am, like we discussed about glycemic indexes and everything right here. So, this we are talking about lifestyle-related diseases, etc., like diabetes and other, I mean, the endocrinological system-related diseases for a population that is pertaining to the urban sector, more or less. So how can we, I mean, put it across in front of the people who are not having the access to say awareness, knowledge in that perspective?
So you're talking about
the rural population.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if you talk about rural population also, if you see the recent data, the prevalence of disease type 2 diabetes and obesity is significantly increasing in the rural population also. And that's because of the exposure to the urban markets. They are easily coming to the metros, going back. They take along with them the new things which they learn. And these days, if you see the MNCs, the companies also are specially targeting the rural population.
Rural areas, right.
So they are entering into the rural market with all the products which they have, because the exposure to the TV, mobiles, everything has improved in the rural population. So when we tackle to the rural population who don't have knowledge about it, our endeavor should be that using for example, if they are using jowar, bajra, earlier they were using the grounded,
all the form of millets.
Millets, but now their eating pattern has changed. So what we have to tell them is that you have to adhere to the olden patterns which were giving you more complex carbohydrate. The
The
kind of
micronutrients.
fat, the earlier, the mustard oil consumption and all was very good, which was a balanced type or a good type of fat. But these days, because of the exposure to the refined oil and oil, the kind of fat which they are taking is reducing because of the intake and the machines which they have got exposed to. Their physical activity is decreasing. So we have to tackle to the ground level and how they can change. I can give you one example. Like for example, in pregnancy, we say that papaya, we all know scientifically that it does not impact the pregnancy outcome. If it is, I mean, raw papaya, yes, it impacts, but a good ripe papaya does not impact the pregnancy outcome. But still, they still
Right.
believe it does. So the best way is, okay, there are so many other fruits in the market, eat those. If you want to avoid papaya, it's fine. Some beliefs you can't shatter, and we have to live with it because there are other options also. So to tackle the rural
Right.
population, we have to go to their wavelength and then change the behaviors.
Mindset. And recently, I'd come across, from WHO that tax should be increased for sugary foods and the things like marketing of any sort of junk or any sort of such drinks should be avoided. So, is there any process that will happen in near future or something like that? Because glycemic index is definitely being affected because of the sugary products that are there in the market.
Definitely. So WHO has come up with these guidelines, and based on these guidelines, FSSAI is also
You've gone on mute.
hello.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Suddenly I got a message that host has muted you. I think so. The time is exceeding, I suppose. But
Okay.
anyways, I will explain. I will tell you that FSSAI has also launched the this efforts, and by next year you will see that you have the guidelines. So the traffic lights will come on the product. So if the product is high on like sugar, salt, or fat, so it's the HFSS guidelines, and if they are exceeding those guidelines, you will have a red symbol. So traffic lighting will come. So FSSAI is also working towards it, and they are working with the companies also to reduce the amount of sugar and the fat and the salt on in the product.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. The session was really informative.
Most welcome. Thank you. I think so in the interest of time, they have to move. But if you have any questions, you want to connect with me, you had my mail ID, so feel free to connect.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. It was not only informative, but it is interactive too. I hope participants has got their answers from your session.
Sure.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today. Now moving on to the third keynote presentation, Ms. K. Kalpoluntu, founder, A Plate of Bekubo Metro Manila, National Capital Region, Philippines. Hey Kalpo, I hope you are available.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for the introduction. And my name is Kay Kalpolugtu. I'm from Manila, Philippines. And today I will be sharing with you insights on food innovation, security, and sustainability from the perspective of the Philippines. So let me just share my screen here. Everyone to All right, please confirm that you could see the screen clearly.
Yes, we can see your screen, ma'am.
All right, very good. Okay, so once again, good morning, everyone. This is Kay from Manila, Philippines, and thank you for having me. So this morning, I will be sharing with you insights on food innovation, security, and sustainability, and what are the drivers, trends, and opportunities surrounding this space. So for context setting, we'll go through the introduction, the methodology that we use in coming up with this paper, the results of the study, analyzing the results, and further discussion for those who may have questions later on. All right. So let me just briefly introduce a plate of Bahay Kubo. A plate of Bahay Kubo, this is a pandemic-born initiative in the Philippines promoting plant-based food using traditional food technologies. I understand earlier there were a lot of questions surrounding plant-based proteins. So a plate of Bahay Kubo advocates for the use of plant proteins as well, which forms part of the whole plant-based ecosystem or plant-based food. All right. We advocate for food innovation, security, and sustainability through mindful eating. And mindful eating obviously is sustainable living. Right? Now, the methodology that we use to conduct this study came from the Development Academy of the Philippines, which is the Foresight and Futures Thinking tool. This is a tool that's globally available. We used in particular the Scenario Planning Plus or the SP Plus in coming up with the study. Now, this methodology really is in scanning external and internal forces as well that's driving this this industry. We started by defining the focus, going through environmental scanning, sense making, possible scenarios, and in the end, crafting strategies that could be prioritized and eventually monitored by the agency, organization, or by any company for that matter. All right. So let's start with understanding or identifying the focus. So in this case, the problem statement really is how can the Philippines ensure food sustainability and security within the time frame of 2050? That's essentially maybe 2.5 decades or so from now. And the driver for this really is many issues that are persisting in the country as we speak. So you're talking of shortages. You're talking of lack of adequate supply of critical or essential raw ingredients such as onions, for example. We had a major onion supply issue last year where a kilo of it essentially went to as high as about $6. Okay. We also experienced, issues in supply of pork or hogs because of the African swine fever. But this is really driving to the problem statement of how to ensure food sustainability. Now, coming up with the results is doing the environmental scanning, wherein we employed the PESTLE analysis. So that's really the political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal aspects surrounding this issue. So let's go through it one by one. And perhaps I believe the audience or the participants can draw some parallels as well as to how it is in India or in other countries where you are from. Okay, now the political aspect of it is that here in the Philippines, there is a challenge in terms of the tenure or the term of the president, vice president, cabinet secretaries, including the head of the Ministry of Agriculture. It really is only 6 years as per our constitution, which of course creates the impact of lacking continuity in terms of policies related to food and agriculture. There are also geopolitical tensions surrounding globally, in particular in Russia, Ukraine, South China Sea, and even tensions between US and China, which could potentially impact disruptions or provide disruptions in supply chains affecting raw materials and food. On the economic side of things, though, we see a positive outlook in terms of the total GDP of the Philippines, which is expected to grow by 8.33% by 2026, according to a study done by Statista. This gives investor confidence where there is near-term bright economic forecast. So for those industrialists here looking to invest in the Philippines, there are opportunities surrounding this space. All right. In fact, the Philippines is also poised to become the 22nd biggest economy in the world by 2035, which means that as an investor, you are assured of a long-term bright economic forecast, right? The challenge, though, is from an economic standpoint, we have low farm or labor productivity because of the poor adoption of modern technology in agriculture and fishery. So this also creates opportunities in the space to increase productivity through technology. So this is very important because we also have inadequate infrastructure relating to high logistics and marketing costs in the end. So if you are going to invest in food and agriculture in the Philippines, we need quality investments in irrigation and transport or the last mile network. All right. Now, on the social aspect, I would have to say that we have unsustainable farming practices and underutilized agroforestry and blue economy potential. This is primarily because the land-based agriculture here is still largely characterized by monoculture. Most of the country's areas are devoted to the production of low-yield crops. So, there's an opportunity to really consider farming high-yield crops, which the country could then, import or export to neighboring countries.
Audio part se off hoga.
Another aspect is that the average age of the Filipino farmers is not really young. So it is between the ages of 57 and 59. So this is not sustainable, and many young Filipinos do not view a career in agriculture. So this is an issue that has to be tackled and addressed, and of course, opportunities will arise from this. Finally, we also have low access to credit and insurance, particularly among smallholder primary producers. So this is an opportunity to financially include them in the ecosystem so that the challenges emanating from both supply and demand side can be addressed accordingly. All right. Now, on the technological aspect, there is, of course, the Industry 4.0 and the rise of agritech. So this could potentially increase productivity and the interest of young farmers as well to look into this space. Environmental aspect covers high vulnerability to multidimensional shock. So this, covers, the nature or Mother Earth's usual catastrophes, for example, or the geographical location and physical environment of the Philippines make us vulnerable to all of these natural calamities, I'd have to say. So these include typhoons, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. But typically, the Philippines, as an agricultural country, we experience typhoon half the time of the year. So, you're looking at 6 months of the year. There are always typhoons coming in and out of the country, and therefore affecting farmlands here and there, right? Of course, on top of this, I have to highlight the risk of intense outbreaks as well. This is because of the animal diseases, like I mentioned earlier, African swine fever. If one pig or one hog is infected, the rest becomes infected as well. So that has to be isolated. Not only that, but we also have cases of bird flu as well. So, eating meat becomes a choice now, or a health decision in the process. Now, on the legal and regulatory space, we have the institutional fragmentation of land. So because the land has been really kind of, how would I say it? You have a big chunk of land, but it has been sliced and diced and given to ex-farmers here and there, and therefore creating limited economies of scale in the process. Okay, but regionally here in Southeast Asia, there is an upcoming RCEP, or the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, where it is intended to provide cheaper goods amongst the countries, and therefore creating more or less regional and global value in the process, right? Now, the results of this scanning using the pestle analysis will be done through sense making using SWOT analysis. I'm sure you're all very familiar with this, and this will actually give you more insights in terms of the opportunities and the drivers and trends that are going to be seen in this country moving forward. So what are these? Let's look at the strengths at this junction. Of course, as an agricultural country, the Philippines has abundant water and land resources, and I've mentioned earlier, a very bright economic forecast. However, we are limited by the 6-year political term, institutionalized fragmentation of land, unsustainable farming practices, and again, the age of the farmers and low access to credit and insurance. However, opportunities abound in this upcoming RCEP agreement between Southeast Asian countries, and the technology aspect in terms of the Industry 4.0 and the rise of agri-tech. However, let us not forget the threats that are also persisting at this point, which could be, or which are the high vulnerability to multidimensional shocks. So these are your natural calamities, the rise of the outbreaks or the risk of intense outbreaks, and global tensions surrounding the country. Now, how do we then analyze given all these information? So we use what we call the scenario development using backcasting. It's really literally beginning with the end in mind and then working backwards to craft your strategies and prioritizing them moving forward. In this case, with the objective of attaining a sustainable and food secure Philippines, what are the steps needed to be done by 2050, on or before 2050? So you would have to work backwards and come up with perhaps resilient agri-forestry fishery value chains by 2040. Prior to that, we would want to have an efficient and productive use of agriculture, forestry, and fisheries production. And lastly, creating access to markets and developing agriculture industries and enterprises at this point in time, right? So this would be how we would categorize the strategies relating to all of these milestones, I'd say. And to do this, we will be designing strategies in the following areas. So access to markets and developing agriculture industries, right? We need to organize farmer beneficiaries in order to make them more appealing to private investors and to come up with venture agreements. Of course, on the technology side of things, we will need funding and to incentivize agri-techs to look into this space. We would also want to diversify farm and non-farm income through product innovation and transportation. So, the Philippines is a market where only raw materials are produced and there is no product innovation at all. And this is a very ripe space for investors to look into and help diversify the product portfolio. Of course, there's also the need to invest in infrastructure, definitely, to address logistical challenges and adopt technology surrounding agriculture and fishery. So this will be a very short-term strategy for us to achieve this midterm objective of having an efficient and productive production of agriculture, forestry, and fishery. So to do this, we will need to invest in R&D and develop and adopt Industry 4.0 using technologies in this space. Now, lastly, to have a resilient agriculture, forestry, fisheries value chains, we will have to create and adopt climate and disaster resilient technologies. This is more of a longer term approach, to understand and to make sure that the impact of such climate and disaster issues can be mitigated. All right. We also want to develop and mainstream early warning systems so that there's always the warning that can be provided, and also develop innovative insurance schemes in the process. So that, in a nutshell, gives you a view of food innovation, security, and sustainability in the Philippines. And once again, I'm Kay Calpulugtu from Manila, from A Plate of Bahay Kubo. Thank you very much. And if there are any questions, please feel free to share it here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the presentation. So participants, if you have any queries, you can ask to the ma'am, or else you can keep your queries on the chat box also. I repeat again, participants, if you have any queries regarding this session, you can directly ask to ma'am, or else you can keep your queries in chat box also.
Hi, K. Kalpu. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. Hi, good morning.
Yeah, hi, I'm dietitian Vaishali from Mumbai. So we are having our agriculture farms in Madhya Pradesh. We are having organic farming, 4-layer farming. So is you all interested to learn that farming method where we, in a small land, we grow 4 types of crops at once? So seeing the problems that you have shown us slides, I think that is a very good idea to adopt.
Thank you for that information. And yes, I believe we could, take advantage of that technology that you just shared. Yeah.
Yes, yes. It's a very new technology, and like we are teaching all over India. So it is giving very, very benefits to the farmers. They are earning in lakhs per month just because of this farming technique. And it is totally organic and sustainable farming methods.
All right. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today. It was very informative and valuable session today we had with you.
All right. Thank you very much. And I wish everyone a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving over to the next keynote speaker, the last keynote speaker for the day, Dr. M. Raja Mohammed Kalanizam, Nutritionist, Head, Nutrition, Quality and R&D, NG Feeds Private Limited, India. Sir, I hope you are available. Dr. Raja Mohammed, sir. Sir, we cannot hear you. Could you please unmute your mic?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Very good morning to every one of you. It is my pleasure to present as a keynote speaker in this conference. I am going to present about the fish which is a highly nutritious, sustainable, healthy food with amazing health and therapeutic potentials in the context of Indian and global scenario. Yes, of course, this is a nutritious food having balanced essential nutrients, especially highly digestible protein, having an excellent essential amino acid profile, essential fatty acids, especially omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acids, also rich in bioavailable vitamins and minerals. There is always.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, but your slides are not moving, sir. We can see your welcome slide itself.
Okay, one minute.
Yes, now we can see the nutrient composition slide.
Yes. Now okay?
Yes, sir. Now it is okay.
Okay. So if you look at the principal nutrients of fish, is having a protein in the range of 16 to 23%, 0.2 to 25% of lipid, 80 to 300 kilocalorie per 100 gram of food and energy. Of course, mineral also 1 to 2%. In this fish species foods, you found a moisture 65 to 80%. So if you look at this slide, you can see there are plenty of fish species having a good pro-fat value and energy and moisture content. There are more than 60 important fish species are there. So some of the fish I want to show you some pictures. I want to show you here. Coming to the fish proteins, the fish is having a 15 to 23% of protein. So 100 gram of fish provide 1/3 to 1/2 of one's daily requirement. The cheapest source of animal protein, especially which is accessible to the poor people, aptly called rich food for the poor. It prevents from protein malnutrition, highly digestible and balanced amino acid profile, having a hypocholesterolemic, cardioprotective, and productive antioxidant profile. This is how the comparison between the other animal meat and fish. So you can see here the protein content will be the same, the 15 to 20 to 25% if you are comparing lamb, chicken, beef, other pork, other meat varieties. But if you look at the essential amino acid profile, this fish species having a rich amino acid profile, especially lysine and methionine, which are not much found in the plant protein sources. You can found at the cheapest cost in these fish sources. So this is the amino acid profile of anchovy, sardine, mackerel, kingfish, shrimp, lobsters, clam, and mussels. The freshwater fish species: cutla, rogu, mirga, Indian catfish, common carp, mashir, trout, scampi. Not only a fish having a rich protein content, lipid content of fish also highly bioavailable, which contain 40% of highly unsaturated long chain fatty acids. If fish is having lower than 5% fat, that is the lean fish. If it is higher than 5% fat, that is the fatty fish. So fish oil contain omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acids, which are beneficial as the human system slow conversion of desaturation to higher unsaturation, especially eicosapentaenoic acid EPA, which maintaining the health of the heart and the circulatory system, and DHA, eicosahexaenoic acid. This is mainly helpful in the functioning of brain and the nervous system. So small amount of EPA and DHA can reserve an omega-3 fatty acid deficiency. So in this slide, you can see the lipid content and the cholesterol and the essential amino acid profile of selected fish species. So there is as I already told you, high fat and the low fat fish species are there in the category. High fat category, mackerel, salmon, albacore, tuna will come. In low fat category, snapper, grouper, halibut, Atlantic fish will come. Apart from that, mollusk and crustacean, especially abalone, clam, scallop, shrimp, also having a fat content 0.4 to 0.6%. If you look at the unsaturated fatty acid content of these species, that also minimum 0.0 to 6.25%. albacore tuna, sockeye salmon, Atlantic mackerel, and low-fat fishes, especially channel catfish, yellow flounder, Asian fish. This is having 1 to 1.06 to 2.46% of unsaturated fatty acid content. Especially, of course, crustaceans and mollusks also having a very good unsaturated fatty acid content of the fat. So this is the approximate omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acid content of seafood, especially mackerel, salmon, trout, tuna, cod, and flounder. There is a enormous health benefit of polyunsaturated fatty acids, which is coming from this fish food. Especially, we can control the arrhythmia, cardio protect. We can protect the cardio. So we can regulate the triglyceride and cholesterol, which will helpful to maintaining a healthy blood pressure. So we can also we can prevent the dementia and Alzheimer's disease in elder ages. So also we can get a prevention of idiopathic oligospermia and brain and visual development in infants. So dietary intake of this marine fish rich in omega-3 PUFA reduce the risk of coronary heart diseases. Reported in earlier in Greenland and Eskimos with higher intake of marine this omega-3 PUFA 10 to 14 gram per day. Later in other Western population also. Increase in fish intake will reduce the risk of fatal coronary heart diseases less than 7%. So omega-3 PUFA also reduce cancer, rheumatoid arthritis, and mental disorder. So dietary consumption of 2 fish servings, that is 227 gram per week, preferably fatty fish, is enough for achieving the 500 gram per day recommendation of EPA and DHA for reducing the coronary heart diseases. So apart from fish protein and fat, this also having the highly bioavailable minerals, especially sodium, calcium, potassium, iron, iodine, phosphorus, selenium, and fluorine, which is rich in fat-soluble vitamin A, D, E, K, B-complex vitamin B1, B2, B3. In this context, iodine and selenium nutritionally very significant, especially for control the hypothyroidism. Iodine supplement will be very helpful. So this is the vitamin profile of selected seafood species. You can get enough thing through consuming this species. This is the major mineral composition of fish. So apart from this protein, fat, and vitamin and mineral, eicosanoids, an important factor which is found in this species. This is the derivatives of 20 carbon polyunsaturated fatty acids, which is active at a very small concentration, synthesized in the body depending upon the site of production, enzyme, degree of free unsaturation of precursors for these fatty acids, mainly prostaglandins, protocyclins, thromboxanes, all belongs to this group. This slide represents the formation of eicosanoids, how it will be happening from arachidonic acid and EPA. So when you look at the mechanism of action of this EPA as a cardioprotective agent, unlike hormones, eicosanoids are not produced in a central location and transported to the target organ, act locally in the cells in which they are created and disappear quickly due to their rapid inactivation, extremely short half-lives. Eicosanoids bind to receptors on a target cell plasma membranes in various tissues and inhibit the synthesis of as other messengers like cyclic adenosine monophosphates. These eicosanoids or arachidonic acid belongs to 2 series, whereas those eicosapentaenoic acid EPA belongs to the 3 series. So prostaglandins have both positive and negative effect on reproduction. Thromboxane, very important eicosanoid, which is promote the platelet aggregation and smooth muscle contractions. So the proper balance of diet in terms of availability of PUFA and the precursor of the eicosanoid is the key factor of eicosanoid optimum function. If the diet is proportionately high in arachidonic acid, will lead to increase the concentration of pro-platelet aggregatory and pro-thrombotic eicosanoids beyond desirable levels and will affect the balance of 3 series eicosanoids. This situation combined with other factors will lead to the coronary heart diseases. In case of diet containing fish, in adequate level of EPA will be available in the membrane lipids to promote synthesis of platelet aggregatory and vasodilating eicosanoids. So as like fish, shrimp also having a highly nutritive value, which is rich in protein, calcium, trace minerals, carotenoids, and astaxanthin, which is very low in fat, 1 gram per 100 gram of edible portion, very low in saturated fatty acid, high amount of omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acid, which is beneficial effect on atherosclerosis and thrombosis, as I discussed earlier. Shrimp consumption especially decreased the triglycerides level by 13%. It will not adversely affect the overall lipoprotein profile. Also, shrimp having a low atherogenic index, the cause of cardiovascular diseases, which is a point, this factor is 0.24 to 0.31, as like similar to fish, 0.28. If you look at the other animal foods, such as lamb is 1%, beef 0.72, pork 0.69, chicken 0.5. So there are some safety issue also there while consuming these foods. There is a possibility of contamination by toxic compounds, which may reduce the benefit of fish consumption, but eating a variety of fish minimizes this risk. And also there has been concern about an increased risk of bleeding, especially after consumption of large doses of fish oil concentrates, but there is a little clinical evidence in support of this, even in patients treated with aspirin and anticoagulants. So fish contributing more than 25% of animal protein supply, cheapest source of animal protein accessible to the poor, rich source of animal protein availability and affordability better when compared to the animal and other plant sources. Amino acid profile of fish well balanced, very near to WHO recommended ideal protein level, which is a stable, sustainable, predictable food supply to growing population to meet the nutritional needs. Omega-3
Hello. Hello. I hope sir is having some network issues.
करना चाहिए तो प्रेजेंटेशन भी करोगे ना ये क्या आ रहा है कैंसिल करें ऐसे ही हो रहा है लीव कर दो अभी के लिए तो देखें कहाँ गया इसमें Have more in the controls.
So participants, our keynote speaker is having some technical issues. So in another 10 minutes, we are gonna start technical sessions and we are going to open the breakout rooms also. I request all the participants to join their respective breakout rooms assigned as per the agenda. I repeat again, in another 10 minutes, we are going to start the technical sessions and I request all the participants to join their respective halls allocated to them.
Can you please guide us how to join that hall, particular assigned hall?
Yes, ma'am. Same query with me also, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we will assign you. Our keynote speaker has back again. Once the session is done, we'll assist you in doing that, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
ma'am.
Yeah. Raja Mohammed, sir, you can continue with the presentation. Raja Mohammed, sir, can you hear me? Mohammed, sir. Sir, can you hear me?
Hello. Hello.
So here are the instructions for the participants to join the breakout rooms. If you are using the PC or laptop, bottom, you can now find the option of breakout rooms. You can click on the option of breakout rooms and then you will be able to find 4 different rooms: Hall A, Hall B, Hall C, and Hall D. You can click on the hall that you are assigned with and you can join the breakout room in such a way. I repeat again, people who are using PC or laptop, to the bottom of your screen, you can find an option of breakout room. Please click on the breakout room and you can able to find 4 halls: Hall A, Hall B, Hall C, Hall D. So participants who are allocated to their respective halls can join as per the hall allocated to them and you can give their presentation there. So participants allocated with main hall, please do not join any other halls. Your session is gonna be there in main hall. So participants using mobile, You can find the breakout option on top of your left side screen. You can click on and you can join in the same way. I hope now participants are clear with joining the breakout rooms. If anyone has queries regarding that, you can raise the queries. So to know your which hall you are assigned with, please follow with the agenda that was been shared on your registered mail ID.
Dr. Bhargavi, this is Dr. Bhavna.
Those who are in the main hall, we have to stay here only.
I cannot see the breakup of ABCD. I am in hall D. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
I'm Dr. Bhavna.
Hello. Voice audible, ma'am?
Hi, Dr. Bhavna. You can stay in the main hall if you are allotted with main hall. Can you hear me? Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm Manju. I have to join Hall A. I got an invitation to join Hall D, but I don't know. Even I'm not able to join that hall also. And in agenda, I have to join Hall A.
Just hold on for a second. Maybe Bhargavi will be doing with that, or Ramya will be connecting with you soon.
Okay, so how will we be going to that hall? Like through this?
Will be getting an invitation for your respective hall. Just give few minutes. Hold on for a few minutes. Maybe there is
Okay.
like immediate.
Till that we have to stay on this.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So Manju, I have been invited to Hall A. Please join in the Hall A. Manju Chowdhury.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you. I got the invitation.
Okay, thank you. So Rashmi Soni, you please refer to the agenda. In that agenda, everything will be there, like in which hall you have been allocated and in which hall you are going to give your presentation time, and everything will be there in the agenda.
Okay, ma'am.
ଏତେ କ୍ଲାସ ଆସୁଛୁ ତୋର ଆଟେଣ୍ଡାନ୍ସ ସର୍ଟ ଅଛି ସବୁବେଳେ ଆସୁନୁ ତୁ ମୁଁ କଣ ଦେଖୁନି ତୁ ଭାବୁଛୁ ପଚାରିବି ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ମାନେ ଯୋଉ କ୍ଲାସ ନଉଛନ୍ତି ଏବେ 6334 ଶୁଣିବୁ ତାଙ୍କ ଆଗରେ ତ ମୋ ପାଖରେ ଆଟେଣ୍ଡାନ୍ସ ଅଛି ତୋର ସର୍ଟ ଅଛି ଆପ୍ଲିକେସନ ଲେଖିକି ଆଣ
Is this a main hall room? Excuse me, is this a main hall room?
Yes, ma'am, this is the main hall. If you are allocated with the main hall, please stay back to the main hall.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Belak room le
Two 2709. I hope participants can hear me.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
welcome.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation. I welcome all the participants for the technical session. And today we have our session chair for the day, Dr. Sribiya Shaji, counseling psychologist and nutritionist, Srisha Counseling, a center for nutritional and physiological well-being, affiliated to World Mental Health Federation, India. Ma'am, I welcome you for this session today. Ma'am, with your permission, can we go forward for the presentations?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. For the first participant of this day, Mansi Chowdhury from
Yes, ma'am.
Bhasanti Vidyapith, Rajasthan, India, going to give her e-oral presentation on production of fortified bread with incorporating seeds and their evaluation. So before going to the presentations, I have few instructions for the participants need to follow. So for your presentation, oral presentations will be allocated with the 10 minutes time, where 8 minutes will be going for your presentation process and 2 minutes is for question and answer sessions by the session chair. So I request all the participants to adhere to the time and maintain the time process. And if a presentation is going on, I request all other remaining participants to mute their mics so that our sessions will remain undisturbed. I hope all the participants are clear with the instructions. And I request everyone to stick on to their time and go ahead with the presentations.
Excuse me, Bhargavi.
Yes, ma'am.
Duration for oral poster presentation?
For poster presentations, it's 5 minutes, ma'am. 3 minutes is for presentation and 2 minutes is for question and answer sessions. And hopefully today we are having all our oral presentations and 2 poster presentations, I hope. 2 to 3
Actually, in my agenda, it is given 12 oral and 6 poster.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, participants. A very good morning. And I wish you all a very wonderful presentation. And please fix to the timings. Be comfortable, be at your own. If there is any technical glitches, need not be very much tensed. We can take our time and do it. But try to make it as simple as the given time. We can move on.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Mansi Chowdhury, you can start going with your presentation and you can start sharing your screen.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. I'm audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
My screen is visible or not?
Yeah, we can see your screen, Mansi.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Excuse me, Mansi. I prefer if you could switch on to video mode so that we can see the presenter too.
Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, okay?
Yes, yes.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Mansi, a research scholar of Vanasthali Vidyapith. Now, I'm here to present a paper presentation on the topic of production of fortified bread with incorporating seeds and their evaluation. Introduction. India is one of the major producers of bread, which is easily affordable and available. Bread is a popular global staple food and one of the oldest prepared food. Bread is the main wheat product manufactured commercially and domestically. Propounded that commercial bread has improved from the past years, and some researchers have been carried out to increase the nutritional and properties of the dough through fortification and use of dough improves. Fortified bread boosts the nutritional status of people and reduces protein energy deficiency disease, whereas this bread is prepared by incorporating different seeds like melon seeds, pumpkin seeds, and sesame seeds, which increase the nutrition content. Melon. Muskmelon belongs to the family of Cucurbitaceae. It is an annual plant widespread in countries with temperate climate in Europe, Asia, Africa, and Asia. According to the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, melons have rich chemical composition, which makes them an excellent source of biologically active substance for the human organisms. Melon is high in ascorbic acid, folic acid, keratin, potassium, and a variety of other health bioactive components. Muskmelon seeds has a lot of good nutrition properties. It has also therapeutic properties like antioxidants, anti-inflammatory, analgesic, blood cholesterol reduction, as well as keeping renal function. It also recommended in the case of CVDs, liver disease, kidney disease, anemia, atherosclerosis, rheumatism, and gout. Pumpkin. Pumpkin also belongs to the family of Cucurbitaceae. It is a medium size grown from its fruit and edible seeds. Pumpkin seeds are a good source of many nutrients. They are a good site of phytonutrients and functional components which work as an antioxidants in health and nutrition. The high protein level, that is 60 to 65% of pumpkin seed food, makes it is an appealing and potential plant-based protein sources. Pumpkin have been known to provide relief from inflammation quickly without any harmful side effects of anti-inflammatory medicines. The seeds have also pharmacological activities like anti-diabetic, antifungal, antibacterial, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-cancerous, anti-hypertensive, anti-diabetic, anti-hypercholesteremia. Sesame. Sesame seeds belongs to the family of Cucurbitaceae. It is probably the most ancient oilseed known and used by humans as a food source. Sesame is one of the most important oilseed crops worldwide and has been cultivated in Korea ancient times for used as traditional health food. The chemical composition of sesame shows that the seeds is an important source of oil, carbohydrate, iron, and ash. Sesame is remarkable for its high protein content, which again is rich in methionine and tryptophan. Sesame oil, other than its use as cooking medium, has certain industrial application as it is used to make hair oil, hydrogenated oil, and certain medicines. Now the work plan of this study divided into the 4 phases. In phase 1, first we were done collection of raw materials like different types of seeds and control bread, ready-made bread. That is now the production of fortified bread with incorporating different seeds in different ratios. In variant A, 6% of different seeds used like melon, pumpkin, and sesame. In variant B, 12% of melon, pumpkin, sesame seeds used. In variant C, 18% of melon, pumpkin, and sesame seeds used. And in variant D, 25% of melon, pumpkin, and sesame seeds used. In phase 2, proximate composition and phytochemical analysis were done. In proximate composition analysis like moisture, ash, protein, food, fiber, fat, carbohydrate, iron, and calcium. And in phytochemical analysis, alkaloids, flavonoids, glycosides, phytosterols, phenolic compounds, tannins, and saponins. In phase 3, sensory evaluation were done by 9-point hedonic scale and shelf life also studied. In phase 4, statistical analysis and report writing were done. Now the results. In proximate composition, variant D was more higher acceptable, like in moisture, ash, crude fiber, fat, protein, iron, and calcium, because in variant D, 24% of seeds were added. And in phytochemical analysis, all the phytochemical analysis were present in variant A, B, C, as well as in D. Only 3 variants were absent in control group, that is ready-made bread like glycosides, phenolic compounds, and phytosterols. Now the shelf life was studied. Shelf life studied were analyzed the 2 parameters, pH and temperature. pH stands for potential of hydrogen, and it is the degree of the acidity or alkalinity of a given product, whereas temperature of any food help us to identify its shelf life condition in atmosphere. So the result conclude that this bread, the shelf life is maximum up to 5 to 6 days. Now the sensory evaluation. In variant A, B, C, and D, variant A was higher acceptable, and except then variants, control group was higher acceptable. Now the food product development, variant A, variant B, variant C, and variant D. Now the conclusion. This study showed that the melon, pumpkin, and sesame seeds are very good sources of iron, protein, and many other nutrients along with antioxidants. Along with this, some phytochemical compounds are also present in it, which is helpful to improve our health. From the highlights of the present study, it can conclude that sample D contains 24% of different seeds in proportion to 8 gram melon, 8 gram pumpkin, and 8 gram sesame seeds was highly nutritive. And in sensory evaluation, variant A, B, C were more acceptable as compared to variant D. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansi, for presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, any questions for her, Sripriya, ma'am?
If the participants have any question, they can start with their question.
No, ma'am. In this technical session, only session chair can have the questions to participants, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Mansi, this was a very nice presentation and interesting too. Are you doing this in your part of your thesis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, like, is it food fortification is ethically approved? Have you got it approved from Food Technology Institute?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So how do you like start adding the fortification to the bread?
Ma'am, because these seeds are edible. As we all know, these seeds were not toxic. Like, or also common muskmelon seeds, pumpkin seeds, and sesame seeds.
See, when we call it a research study or scientific study, we cannot go by the base of opinions, right? We are supposed to get ethically, it is good for both us as well as the participants. With the Center for Food Technology, we have to get it approved. That is what I thought you should do.
Okay, sure, ma'am.
Okay. Otherwise, it is quite interesting and
thank you.
Good presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, Bhargavi, we can move on to the next presenter.
Yes, ma'am. The next presenter is Vadareva Soni from Avinash Lingam University, India, going to give her e-poster presentation on effect of wheatgrass supplement on adolescent with iron deficiency.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning. Just give me a second. I'll just share my screen.
Okay, Soni.
Soni, we request also to start your video.
Yeah, just a second. Actually, there's a lot of fluctuations over here. Oh my God. Where is my share? Where I kept it? There's a lot of fluctuations. Please, ma'am, give me 1 second.
So meanwhile, participants, make sure with your network connectivity and keep open with your presentation so that when your turn comes, you can start immediately sharing your screen. It will become easy.
Ma'am, can you all see the screen, ma'am? Hello?
Soni, we cannot see your screen.
This is screen sharing.
Yeah, I hope you are using your laptop, right?
No, my phone. There's no connection. There's no power up here right now. They've removed it, so I'm using my phone as of now.
Okay, bottom you can find an option of share screen, and there you can be able to find your tabs. Choose the tab where you are having your presentation.
Documents. 1 second. Give me a second.
Or else please check with the presentation. Meanwhile, we will go with the other presentation. After that, we'll get back to you, Soni.
Yeah. I think I'm done with it. 1 second. Give me a second. I'm done with it. I've just taken this. I think you can see this. I've taken a screenshot. Can you, hello? Hello.
Yes, it is coming. Just a minute. It is showing like you started sharing your screen. We haven't seen your PPT yet.
Can I start now? Is it visible now? The screen is visible?
Yes, it is visible and you can go with your presentation, Sony.
So good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. As my topic is effect of wheatgrass juice supplement on adolescent with iron deficiency anemia. So the area which I've chosen is Visakhapatnam. Here, I'm a faculty over here. So most of my students, adolescents present over here, most of them are anemic. So I just wanted to give a trial, give a supplement with the wheatgrass juice. So I've taken this. As we know, wheatgrass is an immediate plays an immediate role for the increase of the hemoglobin content. So the main objective here is how affect the wheatgrass to make us to show the study to the adolescent students also. I've taken this sample. So I've taken the main objective is how affect the wheatgrasses on the adolescent for the treatment in iron deficient anemia. So I've considered different, I've seen the different types of anemia, which they might, most of them are like 20% of them are severe. They comes under severe cases, and 50% belongs to this moderate cases. So the methodology what I've taken is I procured this wheat, the wheat from the market, and I've taken it. I've cooked it in the over for 2 days, and the grass have been done, and I made it a juice, and I made it compulsory for the. I've given for the students for the month of 3 months continuously, and the juice is being early morning when after coming to the college before eating their tiffin. So to see that the absorption rate also to increases, I've added a bit of lemon juice to it to acid enhances the iron absorption. So the age group which I've taken is adolescent, 17 to 19 years I've taken, and most of them belongs to 18 years of age. And if you see the symptoms, before the symptoms were like what I've just asked them the symptoms, like what symptoms they have. They said like that was before taking this before taking the supplementation, there was 9 people saying hair fall, brittle nails, irregular periods, 6 members, dizziness. So after taking the supplement for 3 months, the hair fall, most of you can see the most of the symptoms have decreased. It is easily saying that among 9 girls, 8 girls say that there is no hair fall. I mean, that there is a control of hair fall, and the brittle nails are also slowly stopped. And irregular periods, also the periods have turned back to normal again. I mean, it is increasing better rather than before. Dizziness, weakness, headache, if you see these things, everything is slowly showing a very good graph of improvement. The same thing after consumption of the side effect, if you see, headache was a little bit, because of the juice is very much of Kada type. So most of them felt like nausea kind of a thing and a bit of stomach. That is only a very few percentage. I think around 10% of the students have complained saying that nausea and headache. Then these, if you see, this is the picture how they are consuming this. And in this, I can conclude saying that there's a lot of studies there which is happening, but I couldn't post it in my presentation. So I conclude saying that wheatgrass is an immediate effect for a very good growth of iron deficiency. So the anemic, the hemoglobin contents growth is, if you see the study here, I'll just zoom it. See the study, it was 9.5 before, pre, and after post it is 12.5. So there's a drastic change of hemoglobin pattern is being observed in my study. So this I conclude by saying this. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Soni.
Am I there?
You have not mentioned the number of participants.
Oh, ma'am, I didn't see that number of participants, ma'am. They are like, I've taken 100, ma'am, 100 samples.
100 samples. Okay. So this is the report of entire 100 samples?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Again, this is your juice is prepared in a nutritional lab. So does it got approved by the ethical committee or a food technology institute?
Yes, ma'am. Food technology is given approval, ma'am.
Okay.
They're given an approval.
Okay, fine. So what did you do when people has presented with nausea and headache or stomachache?
Ma'am, I didn't get you, ma'am. What did
when
what
there
did?
is subjects or participants saying that they have a nausea or a stomachache after having this juice, what was your then?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
Ma'am, starting we have we have added something like jaggery into it. Like they felt like it's like too gada for it to eating. So I slowly added some jaggery to it to make it more this thing. Then the acceptance rate has been increased it.
Okay, you
But only
made the
one
acceptance
10%
to increase.
Ma'am?
You only made the acceptance to increase. The participants has not dropped from the study.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't drop the thing, but because of that, they just don't want you to take. So I've made the acceptance more by adding jaggery to it. So they started taking it.
Okay.
Because of that card, only one person has said that stomach ache. But later, after drinking this jaggery, she didn't complain anything. So, and we have given an awareness before only saying that having this wheatgrass juice gives you a very good, especially, the adolescents are mostly into beauty. So we have gave an awareness of the skin, glowing skin, all these things. So they were in field, they came in time and they took a shot and they shown a very good interest. And even the feedback also was very good. And the percentage was also very much hiked.
Thank you, Soni.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the presentation. Moving on with the third participant, Bhakti Muzumdar from Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, India, going to give oral presentation on the topic Obesity, Psoriasis, and Gut Dysbiosis, Etiology Literature Review. Bhakti, I hope you are available online.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Just give me a minute to start the presentation.
Sure. We can see your screen, Bhakti.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible and your screen is also visible, and then after time starts for you.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Bhakti Muzumdar from Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, pursuing my final year.
Excuse me.
Yes,
I want all the participants to please switch on to your video mode while you are presenting.
Okay.
While you are presenting.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. I'm Bhakti Muzumdar from Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, pursuing my final year MSc in Nutritional Sciences and Dietetics. And today I'm going to present a paper on obesity, psoriasis, and gut dysbiosis. So the aim and objective of my study is to examine from the secondary data, the global trends of obesity in the world, increasing trends of obesity in India, connection between obesity, gut health, and psoriasis, and probable solution to the above problem. So the methodology included scrutinizing databases like Google Scholar and PubMed to source published literature by using keywords like gut microbiome, psoriasis, and obesity. Of the 30 papers that I screened, 15 were retained, which included systematic review as well as the studies. So the research papers which highlighted link between psoriasis, obesity, and gut microbiome were included, and papers mentioning conditions other than these, and those papers published in languages other than English language were excluded. So this graph shows the worldwide regional obesity trends from the year 1980 to 2019. As seen in the graph, highest obesity prevalence is seen in the Americas and the European continents. In Americas, as seen by the as depicted by the red line, US has the highest rate of obesity at 23.2%, while Colombia is showing the least at 9.8%. In Europe, Turkey had the highest rate of 17.5, while France had the least rate at 10.3. In the Eastern Mediterranean region, as seen by the green line over here, obesity increased from 6.4% in 1980 to 17.4% in 2019. And in the African region, as depicted by the orange line, the increase is seen from 3.8 to 10.9%. West Pacific region, as depicted by the light blue line, the increase was seen from 0.9% to 5% in 2019. And Southeast Asian region, which is seen by the yellow line, again, the increase was seen from 0.9% in 1980 to 7.9% in 2019. This shows the overweight and obesity trends in India from the year 2010 to 2040. It is seen that overweight and obesity in India is increasing at a faster pace than the world's average, as the prevalence of overweight will more than double and obesity will more than triple by the year 2040. This fast-paced growth has been accompanied by notable increases in the non-communicable diseases. Before the turn of the century, it was seen that number of life years lost to disability, communicable and nutritional disorders, as well as maternal and neonatal conditions exceeded to that of the non-communicable diseases, whereas currently the opposite is more prevalent. The increasing overweight and obesity trends in India has resulted in decline in mortality and fertility, whereas the lifestyle-related disorders have become more common. Let's see the relationship between the diet and the psoriasis. Diet consisting of food rich in saturated fats, trans fats, sugars, and sodium provides significant amount of calories, which contributes to the increase in body weight, leading to accumulation of adipose tissue. Adipokines and inflammatory cytokines, which are released from these adipose tissue, lead to the inflammatory response, which could lead to psoriasis.
Okay, so how will we be going to that hall? Like through this invitation for your respective.
You can continue with the presentation. Participants, I request everyone to mute their mics so that the session will remain undisturbed. Bhakti, you can go with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. So gut microbiota and psoriasis, we'll see how these two are related. So gut microbiome is another crucial component in the pathogenesis of psoriasis and obesity. It is found that gut microbiota is altered in these conditions. Two dominant phyla, that is Firmicutes and Bacteroidetes, comprise 90% of the gut microbiome. Imbalances in these microbial phyla are reported in psoriasis as well as obese patients. Intake of saturated and processed foods reduces the intestinal short-chain fatty acids availability, resulting in dysbiosis, which poses a risk for pro-inflammatory environment. With dysbiosis, the gut integrity decreases and its permeability increases. Thus, the immune cells penetrate the mucous lining and signal the release of pro-inflammatory cytokines. This triggers the inflammation and extra-intestinal symptoms like skin inflammation, which leads to psoriasis. It is seen that patients with psoriasis also have 50% increased chances of cardiovascular diseases, and this risk increases with the skin severity. Here we have not considered the cardiovascular and psoriasis connection, instead focused on the triology between obesity, gut microbiome, and psoriasis. So let's see how the three are interrelated. So overconsumption of foods and increased intake of saturated fats leads to weight gain and resulting in obesity and adipose tissue accumulation, as well as decreased availability of short-chain fatty acids in the intestine, which results in altered Firmicutes to Bacteroidetes ratio, as well as decreased microbial diversity in obese individuals, which leads to dysbiosis. Dysbiosis and obesity leads to release of pro-inflammatory cytokines, which may manifest in psoriasis. Now, psoriasis is an autoimmune inflammatory skin condition characterized by thick and scaly areas on the skin, which cause itching and discomfort. This naturally results in social stigma and reduced self-esteem, leading to stress. Due to stress, people tend to overeat, again leading to weight gain, and this cycle tends to continue. So what can be done? We may find a probable solution to this in the nutrition education. So let's see how the nutrition education helps us to overcome these problems. First is nutrition education helps to understand the link between the processed foods and the non-communicable diseases. Secondly, it helps to understand the lower energy needs among the urban population. Nutrition education also equips the consumers to make informed choices while selecting food products by inculcating the habit of food label reading. It helps to understand the importance of buying fresh produce and locally sourced foods. It helps in improving varied and healthy menu planning. Either it could be weekly or monthly. It explains the importance of retaining traditional culinary methods despite the new influences. Last but not the least is a food-related task, if shared equally among the family members, helps to promote healthy eating, especially in the urban families. Next is the dietary considerations. Some of the foods which cause inflammation include sugars, fried foods, refined flour products, processed meats, artificial sweeteners, vegetable oils, fast food or junk food, dairy products, frieds, artificial food additives like which are found in ice creams, candies, cereals. These are the foods which promote more of inflammation in the body. So these have to be consumed in restriction or are to be completely avoided. Whereas there are foods which help to heal from inflammation. We can include walnuts, leafy greens, pineapple, flax and chia seeds, bone broth and collagen, salmon, spirulina, cabbage, healthy oils like coconut oil, turmeric, avocados, ginger, broccoli, berries. These are some of the prominent references which I got from the papers. So those also I have mentioned. Yeah, thank you.
Very nice presentation. What made you to take the triology of psoriasis and obesity with gut microbiome?
So ma'am, as you know that non-communicable diseases, especially obesity, the trend is ever rising in India. And so that's the reason this is commonly seen nowadays. So gut dysbiosis, eating outside among the urban families also is very common.
No, my question is why it is connected with obesity, psoriasis and gut microbiome? Why it is connected with the psoriasis?
Yeah, so because of the inflammation in the body, it causes, once there is obesity in the body, there is a release of pro-inflammatory cytokines. So this leads to inflammation, which could manifest systemically and could lead to extra-intestinal effects also, which could manifest into psoriasis.
Okay.
Okay, could I say something? Actually, I'm a co-author for this particular thing. So basically, psoriasis was once upon a treated as only a skin inflammation where, diet was not playing a major role. But now we get to see there is a major connection with diet. So this was the main reason
please
that
mute
we had
yourself.
selected this topic.
One second, Anuja.
Yeah.
Ankita, please mute yourself. Yeah, Anuja, ma'am, please go ahead. That's a very interesting answer.
Yeah, should I say?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So the main reason that we actually chose this topic was because psoriasis is comparatively less common in our country. Tropical climate, if we see, psoriasis should not be a disease that should affect our people. But because of pure lifestyle changes, lifestyle, diet that we are following, whether or the atmosphere is not playing the main role. It's more over the gut dysbiosis.
नहीं नहीं है यहाँ पे राजीव भाई बैकग्राउंड कहाँ पे बैकग्राउंड उसको
Okay. Thank you, Bhakti and Anuja. That's a nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
A small request to all the participants. I repeat, please make yourself mute in the session so other participants can give their presentation smoothly, and we'll be going smooth with our presentations. So Bhakti, you can stop sharing your screen. Moving on to the other presentation by Sonakshi Mittal from Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, India, going to give her poster presentation on development and sensory evaluation of protein-rich breakfast, portion sticks. Sonakshi.
Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You can start sharing your screen, and the time allocated for you is for 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, we can see your screen too.
Good morning, everyone. This is Sonakshi Mittal from Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. And my topic is development and sensory evaluation of protein-rich breakfast portion sticks.
Sorry to interrupt you. May I know, have you opened your poster or not? Because we can see your screen, but we haven't seen your poster yet.
Okay, ma'am, is it, shall I share my screen again? Is it visible?
Yeah. No, we cannot see that. Ma'am, can you see her screen?
Ma'am, I shall share my screen again. Ma'am, is it visible now?
Yes, now we can see your presentation. You can start now.
Okay, ma'am. So the topic of my research is development and sensory evaluation of protein-rich breakfast portion sticks. As we all know that in today's world, everyone lives in a working space, and there are chances that people tend to compromise on their first meal of the day, that is breakfast. Skipping breakfast has been linked to obesity, hypertension, cardiometabolic disease, poor dietary quality scores, insulin insensitivity, diabetes mellitus, and mortality. To fill in the gap between the population and the nutritional balance, a protein-rich product which is named as portion sticks, the product which is rich in protein and the other micronutrients. Portion sticks is made of combination of pulses, cereals, millets, and green leafy vegetables. Procurement of the materials were done from the market, and the materials which I have used while making this.
Sonakshi, can you just zoom your screen so that we can see?
Sure, ma'am.
Just zoom the poster.
Ma'am, is it quite visible now?
No, it is same. Yeah, increase more. Can you just make it to 50%? Yes. Yes, continue.
So, ma'am, so the ingredients which I have selected for making this product were amaranth grains, moong dal pulses, soya flour, wheat flour, and beetroot puree and spinach puree. As two variations of the sticks were made, spinach and beetroot. And the main and the reason why opting for beetroot and spinach was as they are rich in micronutrients. The main aim of making the portion sticks was not just making it a protein-rich breakfast, but also micronutrient-rich breakfast. As everyone after the COVID scenes, everyone is lacking micronutrient deficiency in their body. So making this product, and also after the sensory evaluation of the sticks which were made, it concluded that the sticks were rich in protein as well as is rich in micronutrients, vitamin A, iron, and calcium. As amaranth grains is a pseudo cereal because it is a millet as well as a cereal rich in vitamin B12. as vegetarian diets are very are deficient in vitamin B12 consistency, but amaranth seeds, being rich in vitamin B12, can be a good source of vitamin B12. The moong dal was sprouted and dehydrated, as it gives a good protein content. Spinach and beetroot were blanched and made into a puree. Procured flour, soya flour, foxtail millet flour, and the wheat flour was used, and a dough was prepared up degrees for 25 minutes. And the variations, as you can see, 3 types of variations were made of the flour, and a sensory evaluation of these 3 variations were done. And 20 college students were taken, and 10 teachers were taken. So the result of the sensory evaluation was that beetroot sticks were selected. So yes, ma'am, this is how I end my presentation, where it can be concluded that the nutritive value of the sticks, which was selected through sensory evaluation, was rich in protein as well as in micronutrient rich. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're not audible.
Other than moong dal, what other protein you have used?
Sorry, ma'am.
Other than moong dal, I have seen moong dal is used. Other than moong dal, what other protein you are using here? Because you said protein-rich breakfast.
Yes, ma'am. As I said, that amaranth, it is a good source of protein as well, because it is a pseudo cereal. So amaranth gives that protein consistency. Then moong dal is definitely rich in protein, and sesame seeds were used. Roasted sesame seeds were used, because oil seeds are also rich in protein.
Okay.
And foxtail millet being rich in protein. Foxtail millet is it's also called a pseudo millet because it is rich in vitamins and protein rich. Carbohydrates also. In a combination of all these things, this product becomes protein rich.
Okay. Once you made this product, again the same question, have you got it approved from the Food Technology Institution? Or
ma'am, these products were sent to the testing lab, and the results came as that 100 grams of sticks did contain 15 grams of protein. Which, and also the aim of this research is to fulfill 1/4 of the RDA for the whole day. So it does fulfills, because if we see the RDA for the protein for a normal individual, it comes to be 60 grams for a day. So if we divide 60 by 4, 1/4, it comes as 14 grams. So it does fulfill.
You mean it is for a normal adult, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have given to the adolescent population also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
School-going children.
What is school-going children? What is the requirement for them?
Ma'am, it depends. 60 to 7. It has a range of 60 to 80 grams of protein.
Okay. So is that filling that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Sonakshi, it is a nice presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sonakshi, for your time and presentation. Now, moving on with the other moving on with the other presentation by Dr. Shabana Noor from Government TB College and Hospital, Patna, India, for oral presentation on the topic Incompatible Food Combination Advocated in Unani Medicine and their Scientific Base. Dr. Shabana Noor.
I request all the participants while presenting, please keep your video mode on.
Dr. Shabana Noor, can you hear me? I hope you are there in the meeting. Again, second call for Shabana Noor. Dr. Shabana Noor.
We can call her later.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be going for another presentation with your permission then.
Yes.
Sanjana Dastane for e-oral presentation from Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, India, going to give her presentation on prevalence of migraine in perimenopausal women and its association with obesity, estrogen deficiency, and elevated CRP levels.
Am I
Sanjana
audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, just give me a minute. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen and your audio is also, we can hear.
Okay.
So now your time starts.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sanjana Dastane, and I am from Symbiosis Skills and Professional University. Today, I'm going to present a paper on prevalence of migraine in perimenopausal women and its association with obesity, estrogen deficiency, and elevated CRP levels, a literature review. So aims and objectives is to examine the secondary data collected on the following. First is obesity during menopausal transition, and second is estrogen deficiency and elevated CRP levels in obese perimenopausal women and its impact on migraine. So global prevalence. Overweight and obesity are defined as abnormal or excessive fat accumulation that presents a risk to health, and body mass index is a marker of obesity recommended by the World Health Organization. So mean body mass index in women, according to 2016 data, it was seen to be highest in Egyptian women, that is 31.7 kg per meter square, and according to global burden of disease, the prevalence of migraine in 2019 was higher in females, and that too in the age group of 40 to 44. Belgium, Italy, and Germany had the highest prevalence rates of migraine. So perimenopause means around menopause and refers to the time during which your body makes the natural transition to menopause, marking the end of the reproductive years. A bidirectional relationship exists between obesity and migraine. Estrogen is a steroid hormone, and it plays an important role not only in female reproductive system, but also influences many energy homeostasis mechanisms, including central nervous system control of food intake and energy expenditure, lipid storage and metabolism, and insulin resistance. In the last 1 to 2 years of perimenopause, the drop in estrogen levels speeds up and a shift from subcutaneous fat to abdominal fat is observed, along with hyperandrogenemia, resulting in weight gain and insulin resistance. Estrogen offers a woman's body a built-in defense against cerebrovascular diseases during the premenopausal stage of her life. Migraine is a neurological condition which is characterized by intense headache, as well as symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, and sensitivity to light and sound. It is 3 times more prevalent in women, and its frequency increases during perimenopause when estrogen levels begin to decline. Migraines tend to peak during estrogen withdrawal in the late luteal phase. So as estrogen levels decline, the body becomes more susceptible to inflammatory responses. So obesity is known to be a chronic low-grade inflammatory state with adipose tissue producing pro-inflammatory cytokines that can cause elevation in the CRP levels. One of the repercussions of oxidative stress is inflammation. And during the menopause transition, when estrogen level drops, it results in increased oxidative stress. Increased reactive oxygen species generation and oxidative stress is also linked with obesity. So CRP below 0.3 mg per dl is considered to be normal, and CRP range between 0.3 to 1 mg per dl is considered to be mildly elevated, which can be seen in conditions like obesity, periodontitis, depression, and also in people who are living a sedentary lifestyle. Elevated CRP levels is a biomarker of cerebrovascular diseases, including migraine. So inflammation can occur in any in a specific area or spread throughout the body, and high CRP levels may indicate either type of inflammation. In case of migraine, high CRP levels may be indicative of inflammation in the brain and blood vessels, where it stimulates trigeminal neurons, and high CRP levels inhibits nitric oxide, which is a potent vasodilator, resulting in vasoconstriction, leading to pain. So methodology. Search strategy published literature from selective electronic databases like Scopus, Web of Science, Google Scholar, containing mesh items like obesity, menopausal transition, estrogen, migraine, CRP levels. 50 citations were identified, out of which only 30 were screened. Study inclusion criteria was in vivo and in vitro studies focusing on estrogen deficiency and elevated CRP levels in obese perimenopausal women, and its impact on migraine were included. And studies having mixed data on conditions other than migraine and obesity were excluded. Results. A 2021 systematic review and meta-analysis published in the journal Neurology Sciences included 14 studies, and the review found that individuals with migraine had significantly higher CRP levels than healthy individuals, healthy controls, and that CRP levels were higher during the migraine attack compared to between attacks. Studies also found that obesity and perimenopause are both independently associated with increased CRP levels, and a study published in journal Menopause in 2019 found that women with higher body mass index and those in perimenopause had significantly higher CRP levels compared to women with lower BMI and those not in perimenopause. So discussion. Sorry. Okay, so flavonoids. So obesity is associated with increased inflammation and inflammatory markers like CRP. And reducing inflammation through dietary modifications like exercise and dietary changes has been shown to have beneficial effects in reducing the frequency and severity of migraine. So flavonoids, these are all flavonoids, and they constitute the largest group of plant polyphenols, and they show antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-carcinogenic, and neuroprotective properties, and they prevent systemic as well as localized inflammation, and by modulating inflammatory responses and restoring the redox balance through mitigation of cytokine pathway. So a study said that consuming a soy-based supplement for 12 weeks was associated with reductions in body weight, body mass index, and waist circumference in overweight and obese perimenopausal women. In a 2015 study published in the Journal of Lipids, researchers found that supplementing with omega-3 fatty acids for 8 weeks reduced the levels of inflammatory markers in obese women. One study published in the journal Headache investigated that regular aerobic exercise for 12 weeks was associated with a reduction in several markers of inflammation, including interleukin-6 and C-reactive protein, which are both associated with migraine. So this is the reference. These are the references which I used. Thank you.
This is quite interesting, but again, my question is,
Yes, ma'am.
Migraine is a neurological disorder. Obesity is an endocrine and metabolic dysfunction. Why do you want to connect this? Do you mean to say that lean individuals doesn't have migraine?
No, ma'am, they do, but the intensity and frequency increases when you have a metabolic condition. So, like for example, my mother is suffering from migraine. She has been having migraine since years, and now she's in her perimenopausal phase, and she has shown insulin resistance also. So her frequency and intensity has increased. So that's why it made me like want to search more about the topic and correlate it.
Yes, again, that is that not directly related with the hormones of perimenopausal, or you suggest it is mainly related to metabolic?
Ma'am, estrogen plays an important role. So estrogen has antioxidant properties. So when it declines, it does make body more susceptible towards inflammatory responses.
So how do you connect? That is, what is the connection that was not properly given to us, is that how the metabolic or insulin insufficiency is triggering this neurological condition? That is my question.
Estrogen levels decline, there is a shift from subcutaneous fat to abdominal fat. So which causes insulin resistance. And there is also hyperandrogenemia, which results in weight gain. So hence, there is more risk of obesity, and also it causes an increase in inflammatory markers.
So you mean to say that the decrease in the inflammatory markers due to the insulin insufficiency is also one among the leading cause?
Yes, and also estrogen like influences central nervous system food intake. So what we eat and how much energy we how much energy is used, and also lipid storage and lipid metabolism. It also plays an important role in these mechanisms, energy homeostasis mechanisms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sanjana. I hope Dr. Shabana Noor, you are available for the presentation now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will be going with the Dr. Shabana Noor presentation from Government TB College and Hospital, Patna, India, on the topic incompatible food combination advocated in Unani medicine and their scientific base.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, we can see your screen, but not the PPT. Hope it is taking some time to come.
Ma'am, please confirm that if my PPT is visible.
Dr. Shabana, no, we cannot see your PPT. You can stop sharing your screen and once again you can share it.
Sure.
Now we can see your PPT. Yes, we can see it.
Shall I start now?
Yes, ma'am, your time.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. Shabana Noor, PG scholar from Government TB College and Hospital, India. The title of my presentation is Incompatible Food Combination Advocated in Unani Medicine and Their Scientific Base. Food therapy is an important part of traditional medicine which strengthens, nourishes body, prevents disease, and prolongs life. In Unani system of medicine, Ilaj bil Ghiza, that is dietotherapy, it's an important treatment module to maintain health through modulation in dietary habits. It won't be astonishing to fathom that most of the digestive problems and diet-induced disease begins with incompatible food combination. Unani system of medicine provides holistic approach for determining correct diet based on individual constitution of akhlaq, that is humors, and mizaj, that is temperament. According to Unani concept of digestion, there are 4 stages. There are 4 stages of digestion. First one is Hazme Medi, that is gastric digestion, which is followed by intestinal digestion when food is turned into kamus, that is chyme, and kalus, and carried to the kabid, that is liver. The second stage is Hazme Kabidi, that is hepatic digestion, wherein the kalus is converted into 4 akhlat or humors in varying quantities, dam, that is blood, being the largest. Thus, the blood that leaves the liver is intermixed with other 3 humors, that is balgam, safra, and soda. Third stage is Hazme Uruki, that is vascular digestion, in which every tissue absorbs nutrition by its Quwwat-e Jaziba, that is known as absorptive power, and retains it by its Quwwat-e Masika, that is retentive power. Last stage is Hazme Uzbi, that is tissue digestion or organ digestion. It is the digestive power that, in conjunction with the power of assimilation, converts the nutritive element into tissues. Now, incompatible food combination when ingested, the chyme formed is defective when after assimilation, the resultant khil, that is the end product form, also is compromised. Here, the ingesting the incompatible food combination results in Sue Hazme Medi, which further results in Sue Hazme Kabidi, which is due to defective chyle formation, and this results in Akhlate Raddiya formation, that is bad akhlat formation. For example, but if these foods are consumed separately, then it ensures healthy digestion. For example, banana and milk, when consumed together, according to Unani system of medicine, the banana and milk are a barid mizaj, that is cold temperament. When they are ingested together, it decreases the safra, that is, which is having hot and dry temperament. And safra is responsible for healthy chyme formation and metabolism. And due to decrease in safra, it results in defective kamus and kalus formation, resulting in defective assimilation and digestion. A clinical study showed marked variation in SGOT, urea, and creatinine level, sugar levels, indicating mild toxicological implication of banana and milk combination. And these are the result of that. In serum lipid profile, we can see that there is increased cholesterol, triglyceride levels. In serum sugar, there is decrease in quantity. And these are on the other side, there are hematological LFT and RFT value of the same. According to Unani system of medicine, an equal ratio of honey and ghee can turn into harmful components of health, causing respiratory problems and stomachache. Honey is a complex polysaccharide that requires special enzymes to break it down so that it could be used as simple sugars. On the other hand, ghee is a complex chain of fatty acid that requires emulsification along with action of lipase and lipid breaking enzymes. When these enzymes interact with each other in our digestive system, it leads to indigestion and accumulation of free radicals. A study on toxicity profile of honey, on honey and ghee taken together in equal ratio was conducted in Institute of Medical Sciences, BHU, India in 2020 on Charles Foster rats, wherein they were divided into 4 groups, namely normal, honey, ghee, and honey plus ghee in the ratio of 1:1. In the picture, we can see the rats of 4 groups. In A, it is the normal, B is honey, C is ghee, and D is honey plus ghee. And in the D group, we can see that there is some loss of hair and yellowishness is there present on the back skin. In honey plus ghee group, it was found weight loss, hair loss, increased liver function test, oxidative stress, advanced glycation, end product formation, and dipeptidyl protease. And there was also decreased incretinins and gastric inhibitory polypeptide. Now, there are other incompatible food combination according to Unani classical literature, like milk and fish, which is mentioned in Khulasa Tazkira-e Dawood, which also state that this combination causes bawasir, coolange, Bajai Azraz, that is toothache, and birth, that is vitiligo. And in Zakira Khwarazm Shahi, it is also mentioned about melon and dairy products. Melon being diuretic and dairy product like milk is a laxative, so together they result in diarrhea. Then there are nightshades and dairy products, then beans and cheese, spinach and sesame seed paste, and there are others also. So conclusively, it can be said that Ilaj bil Ghiza promotes adjustment of healthy dietary habits and restrains from unhealthy food combination, as it can produce indigestion, putrefaction, flatulence, acidity, and in long term may lead to toxicity and range of metabolic disorders. Thus, one should be aware about the wrong combinations and adopt nutritious and wholesome dietary habits in order to have a healthy lifestyle. Also, we need to generate more evidence-based data through human trials. Because in Unani literature, there are lots of examples and there are lots of food combinations, but they require human trials to be validated. So these are my references. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shabana. That's very informative presentation about Unani medicine and our way of eating. The food combination is very really need for the society because nowadays people are for weight reduction. They are mostly they use all the fruit and shakes, nuts and shakes together.
Yes,
so which is mainly based on the milk, and they end up with us also. Like we used to see gastric complications. It was very interesting, and my only question is, like you said, there are very less human. Is there any particular human study in this particular area?
No, ma'am. Till now, I didn't find any kind of human trials. Only animal trials were, and that is also in very, less amount. Very few studies have been done, and it was very difficult for me to find any clinical research. So I think that there should be human trials also, because these food combinations do cause problems in BC in OPD and clinical studies. So this will be beneficial for me.
Actually, even other traditional medicines of India, like Ayurveda and Siddha, also suggest not to combine like fruits and milk. Is there
Yes,
any
ma'am.
studies in any other medicine, alternative medicine apart from allopathy or
in Ayurveda, there is a concept of Virud Ahar. According to that, there are various food incompatibility, and there are various categories of incompatibility, like potency incompatibility, like there is acidic alkaline incompatibility. Then there are other incompatibility they have also discussed in their Virud Ahar concept. Like we have the incompatible food incompatibility in Unani, it is known as Ghair Tabkate Zarira.
Thank you. This is quite interesting, and this is a very needful study for present Indian scenario, because we are like going away from what our
indigenous medicine
says, and also apart from our climatic foods, we are not into our climatic foods, and we are totally changing our system of health. So this is a very interesting study. I hope you do further on this.
I hope you all are satisfied with my presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shabana. Ma'am, I hope Shonima Venugopal is not available for the presentation today.
Okay.
Next, we are going with BR Abha Ayush.
Hello, ma'am, excuse me. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, Pankti.
Yes, ma'am, I'm the presenter for the study, just a click away, and I'll be presenting that study.
You are Shonima Venugopal.
Ma'am, she's my guide and I'm the presenter today.
Okay, since Shonima Venugopal, I'm searching for that name. I didn't found that. Okay. So your good name, please. Your good name.
My name is Pankti. Pankti Raithatha.
Sri Priya ma'am, please note her name.
Yeah.
So she is gonna give her oral presentation. She is from the Maharaja Sayajiroya University of Baroda, India. She is gonna give a presentation on just a click away, uses of online food delivery applications by university studies.
Ma'am, is my screen available? Is it showing?
Yeah, yes. It's visible. Can you make it full screen, Pankti? Just make a slideshow.
Yes, ma'am. This is the slideshow.
No, you have to click from beginning. But we
Yes,
cannot
ma'am, this
see it in the slideshow.
Ma'am, now is it available? Seen?
No, we are not able to see the slideshow. We are just seeing your screen as such as a PPT.
Okay, Pankti, just bottom right side, you can see 3 options, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, click on that.
Ma'am, clicked. Now is it seen? Now is it visible?
Still, it is in PPT mode only. It's not in slide.
Okay. I'll just stop sharing my screen and do that once again.
இங்க எல்லாம் போட்டிருக்கேன் third floor
Ma'am, now is it visible in the
Yes.
PowerPoint?
Yes, Pankaj.
Yes.
Okay. Hello and good morning. Namaste to one and all present. I am Pankti Raitata from the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, and the study title of my paper is Just a Click Away, Usage of Online Food Delivery Application by University Students. As we all know, obesity is among the biggest health challenges in the world and more inclining towards adolescents and young adults. It also leads to a variety of health consequences, including heart attacks, diabetes, hypertension, etc. One of the major factors is poor diet, where in the consumption of fast food, soft drinks, biscuits is increasing, and there is a reduction in the consumption of pulses, fruits, and vegetables. The prevalence of consuming outside food in takeaway stores, fast food chains, and restaurants has increased. Almost 50% of the global respondents eat away from home at least once a week. Outside foods are high in energy and low nutritive value, and the consumption is highly associated with NCDs. Online food delivery applications are defined as websites or smartphone applications that allow customers to order menu items from food outlets. Thus, the study had the broad objective to study the usage of online food delivery application by university students. Methodology included a faculty from the university was purposely selected. All the students who gave consent were enrolled for the study. Students were asked to complete a self-administered pre-tested online questionnaire through Google Form, and a total of 504 students completed the questionnaire. Among the students, 20.83% of students were obese and 11.9% were overweight. The results showed 81.9% of the students order food online using online food delivery applications. About 37.1% of the students had ordered food in the past week, followed by 20.2% had ordered food within the last 24 hours. Around 82.3% of the students get information about online food delivery applications from social media. 60.7% get information from friends, and 47% get information from television. Dinner is the most preferred meal, followed by snacks and lunch. Majority of the students prefer junk food and followed by whole meal, and 34.7% order desserts. Around 45.7% of the obese subjects order food online at least once a month, and 60% of the overweight subjects order food online at least once a month. Hence, the youth needs to be sensitized about the health effects of the consumption of fast food restaurants and food which is ultimately high in fat, salt, and sugar. Awareness needs to be created regarding the consumption of healthy diets, including reducing the intake of HFSS food, reducing the frequency of eating out, and using online food delivery platforms in a more responsible manner. Efforts should be made towards encouraging individuals to make healthy choices and develop healthy eating habits. Thank you.
Thank you for the precise presentation, Pankti. What is the aim or objective of this food delivery system?
Ma'am, the basic aim for the online food delivery application is the easy, majorly the convenience. Like by sitting at home, we can order food online, and without going out or without any hassle, the food comes within 20 to 25 minutes or 30 minutes maximum.
Okay. Who's the targeted audience?
Ma'am, it was students, the youth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Moving on to the other presentation by B.R. Abha Ayushri. Going to give her e-poster presentation, and she is from Ramadevi Women's University, Bhubaneswar, India, on topic impact of dietary and lifestyle habits on prevalence of hypertension among urban population in Odisha.
Hello, good afternoon. Let me share my screen.
Bhargavi, you can mute all other participants except Prabha.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm doing it.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, B.R. Abhayashri, Assistant Professor from PG Department of Home Science, Ramadevi Women's University, Odisha. My topic of presentation is impact of dietary and lifestyle habits on prevalence of hypertension among the urban population in Odisha. High blood pressure, hypertension is a major public health problem in India as well as in other developing countries around the world. And it is one of the most important modifiable risk factor for cardiovascular disease. An estimated data that is 17.3 million people died from CVD in 2018 and representing 30% of the global deaths over India as well as in other countries, and over 80% of the CVD deaths take place in low and middle income countries and almost occur equally in men and women due to this hypertension. According to WHO, World Health Organization, hypertension is the third killer disease, accounting for 1 in every 8 deaths worldwide. And studies show that 26% of the population globally is suffering from hypertension, and prevalence is higher among the developed as compared to the developing countries. So the increased prevalence of hypertension is attributable due to the rapid transition of the lifestyle practices, like mainly the sedentary lifestyle in the developing countries, including India, as well as increased elderly population due to an increase in life expectancy rate. There are several behavioral risk factors, that is the dietary and lifestyle habits like such as tobacco use, unhealthy diet like consumption of saturated fats and trans fats, and obesity, that is the sedentary lifestyle habit, physical inactivity, and harmful use of alcohol are the major causes of incidence of CVD and hypertension, and which can be controlled by addressing these factors. Diets based on the dietary approaches to stop hypertension, that is the DAS diet, which are often recommended for the hypertension people. And the DAS type of diet is characterized by the diet that is rich in fruits, vegetables, and low-fat dietary products, along with a reduction in saturated fat and total fat. And the hypertension is a major complex condition that involves both genetic and environmental factors. Among these of the environmental factors that are clearly the major determinant in the development and progression of hypertension. Various scientific evidence demonstrate that the dietary factors are important determinant of development and progression of hypertension. On the basis of current knowledge, a diet that is low in salt, not more than 6 grams per day, and saturated fat with high proportion of fruits, vegetables, and dairy products reduces the blood pressure and risks of hypertension. And a high intake of fish oil has anti-hypertensive effects, but might have low acceptability rate because of its adverse side effects. So, thank you.
Thank you. So this is a regression analysis, meta-analysis, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So for how many years data you have collected?
Ma'am, I collected data during my MSc research, and it was previous data in during the COVID. Actually.
Okay. So can you say the exact number of years, 2 or 3?
Exact number when I collected the data. Ma'am, it is in 2019 to 20.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to the other presentation by Dr. Mohammad Raghib Ahmad Naz from Government TB College and Hospital, Patna, India, going to give oral presentation on the topic Unani diet and their principles, a review.
Ma'am, I am audible? Visible?
Yes, you are visible, sir.
May I start?
Yes, you can, sir. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am Dr. Raghib Ahmad Naz, Department of Preventive and Social Medicine, Government TB College and Hospital, Patna. My topic is Unani diet and their principles, a review. In this presentation, I will discuss about basic principles of Unani diets. Let's start. First of all, we should know what is diet. Diet is the kind of food that person, animal, and community habitually eats. Diet means food and drink which we usually consume. This diet is given to importance in Unani system of medicine. Unani physicians emphasize to take customized diet in both health and disease condition differently. This is a classification of diet. There is many types of classification of diet, but I will discuss one of them. According to blood produce, diet is classified in 3 groups. Ghazai Latif, Ghazai Kasif, and Ghazai Mutadil. Ghazai Latif means light nutrient, and Ghazai Kasif means viscous nutrient, and Ghazai Mutadil means moderate nutrients. Ghazai Latif means which diets which produce thin blood viscosity, such as vinegar, onion, etc. Ghazai Kasif, which is produce viscous blood, such as meats, etc. And Ghazai Mutadil, which is neither produce or increase viscosity of blood, such as meat of 1 year goat and sheep. Dietary intake. Dietary intake is described in classical Unani textbooks according to quality, quantity, timing, combination, temperament, sequence, and season, etc. Further, I will discuss in next slide. Quality of food. Quality food can be defined as the degree of excellence of food, properties like taste, appearance, nutritional values, biological and keeping quality, etc. In Unani system of medicine, diet is should be healthy. It should be Sariul Hazm and Jayadul Kaimus, means easily digestible and good quality chyme forming. Radiul Kaimus is other time used. Radiul Kaimus means junk food and bad quality chyming forming diet should be avoided. Diet should be suitable for human and temperament and season and also seasonal and temperament also. Quantity of food. It means how much food we need. It depends on height, age, sex, and general status of health, job, physical activities, genetics, body size, environment factors, etc. In Unani system of medicine, food intakes almost should be half an appetite and 1/4 of appetite for water intake and remain a quarter must be empty. For example, if I need 4 breads, when we should take 2 breads only, then 1/4 stomach for water and 1/4 stomach remain empty. It is a time in the Indian culture, meals, breakfast and lunch and dinner. In Unani system of medicine says that breakfast should be higher than lunch and dinner, but heavy dinner causes abnormal accumulation in the body, and late breakfast causes distorting of store energy of the body. A cohort study shows that reported that eating more than 6 meals per day reduce the risk of obesity compared to less than 3 meals a day. It is a combination of food. Incompatible combination of food, such as milk is not compatible with citrus fruit and bananas, and grains with fruits are not compatible. Beans and other eggs and milk, fish are not compatible. This picture is short to see. We can see that what is the poor and what is the good combinations. Sequence of diet. Sequence of diet should be considered when more than one type of nutrition had been taken. For example, if cereal husband means easily digestible, and batiul husband means slowly digestible nutrients have been taken in one meal, then easily digestible meals should be taken before slowly digestible diets. Season. According to season, in Unani system of medicine says that seasonal fruits should be taken in early season, and more juicy fruit in autumn season may be harmful. Sour and citrus fruit are beneficial in summer season, but should be avoided in winter season. Food temperament. Temperament is the basic concept of Unani system of medicine. Citrus fruit are beneficial to hot and dry temperament consumer, and dry fruits are beneficial for cold temperament consumer. Physical activity and rest. Unani system of medicine says that after having meal, rest is recommended for better digestion. A Unani physician, Galen, says that who want to be healthy, they should restrict physical activity after taking meal. Some activities like bath, exercise, sexual intercourse, and horse riding, etc., must be avoided after having a meal, as these activities may lead to indigestion. Conclusion. There is a dozen of special dietary preparation in United States medicine are indicated in the health and disease condition as well, such as Maul Jugn, Maul Shahid, Harisa, etc. Consideration of Unani principles of diet in daily routine, a healthy lifestyle can be achieved in addition to prevention from various metabolic disorder and NCDs. Unani system of medicine, Unani diets are may be used for a therapeutic purpose also. Thank you.
Thank you for a very precise presentation, sir. You have presented about the food system and food pattern, how to eat and all those things. You have not mentioned about the prevention aspects. You said that 6 meal pattern or more than 3 meal pattern. Do you advise that to be consumed? Is it better?
Ma'am, Unani system of medicine says that some food combination is not good, such as banana and milk. Together, it is not good for diet.
Okay.
And other things.
No, my question is, you said that there is a cohort study which states more than 3 meals is good. So what is
cohort study is about that 3 meals? Yes, ma'am. In cohort study shows that when need of our 24 hour, it is divided in 6 times. It is better than less than 2 times food time.
So you, as per Unani system, you suggest it is good?
No, is it not Unani system medicine? It is called study shows that.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So now moving on with the other presentation by Dr. Mohammad Ibran from Government TB College and Hospital, Patna, India, going to give oral presentation on the topic role of dietary components in modulating hypertension. Mohammad Ibran, now you can unmute.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Hello.
Hello.
I am audible.
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Can I start me?
Yes, sir, you can start with your presentation, Dr. Mohammad Ibran.
Yes. Myself, Dr. Mohammad Ibran, PG Scholar, Department of Preventive and the Social Medicine, Government TB College, Patna. Today's presentation topic is the role of dietary components in modulating hypertension. First of all, definition of hypertension. It is defined clinically as systolic blood pressure more than 140 mmHg or diastolic blood pressure more than 90 mmHg. Important fact about the hypertension. Hypertension is a non-communicable disease which is estimated to attribute for nearly 10% of all death in India. Prevalence of death, especially in the adults, has risen dramatically during last 2 decades, from 5 to 20% in the urban and 20 to 70% in the rural area. The number estimated to the double from 118 million in 2000 to 230 million in 2025. According to etiology, the disease have been classified into the primary and the secondary hypertension. The predisposing factors are these: genetic predisposing, obesity, lack of physical activity, consumption of alcohol, tobacco use, stress and anxiety. And the clinical features are headache, vomiting, redness of eye, irritability of mood, lack of concentration, insomnia, and flushing of face. The main aim is to the antihypertensive dietary components, which is responsible for the hypertension. These are the examples are the fruits and the vegetables, dairy products, spices, green tea, omega-3 fatty acid, trace elements, pro-hypertensive dietary components like fructose and the sodium. First examples of antihypertensive dietary components are fruits and vegetables. Some examples of one of the examples are the pomegranate juice. It contains the antioxidant and the anti-inflammatory due to antigen angiotensin 2 and the ACE inhibitor. The second example of the fruits are the citrus fruit like orange and grapes, which contains high polyphenols, which act as a strong inhibitor of the alpha glucosides, which is used in the management of hypertension. The third one example of the fruit and the vegetables are the garlic. The phytochemicals of the garlics are the allicins. The allicins roles on body is the angiotensin 2 and the vasodilation. And the second antihypertensive dietary products are the dairy products. Dairy products contain the magnesium and the potassiums and the proteins, peptides like the lactotryptase, which is antihypertensive effects. And those peoples which is more overweight, and men which use the low-fat dairy products. And the third one, examples of dairy anti-hypertensive dietary components are the spices. The examples of the chili, pepper, cinnamon, black peppers, and the turmerics. The chilies have capsaicins. The capsaicins genus include the bell peppers and the paprika extracts, which affects on the angiotensin converting enzymes, and the cinnamon extracts, which role on the vasorelaxant effect, and the black peppers is anti-inhibit ACE inhibitor. And the cumin is also able to partially prevent the increase in the blood pressures. The fourth one examples are the green tea. Green tea contain a phytochemicals called epigallocatechins gallate, which is which role on the vasodilatation and reduce the synthesis of endothelin. Examples of the, dietary products of omega-3 fatty acids. The omega-3 fatty acids examples are the flaxseed and the walnut, etc., and each contain EPA, DHA, and ALA. The role of the omega-3 fatty acids are the cytokinins and the prostaglandins, which role on the vasodilative property. The trace elements. The trace elements like the copper, zinc, serum calcium, and the magnesiums, they are modulating vascular tones and the reactivity of the blood vessels. And the pro-hypertensive dairy products, the pro-hypertensive dietary components are fructose and the sodiums. Fructose is monosaccharides which directly elevate the uric acid in the blood. The uric acids directly increase the hyperuremia in the blood. Hyperuremia has been demonstrated in the multiple studies to correlate with the hypertension. And the sodium. Next one is the sodium. Sodium is the dietary sodium restriction in one of the fundamental of anti-hypertensive diets. Sodium does play a major role in the fluid balance, and dysregulation in this process can contribute to excess fluid retention, resulting in hypertension. Sodium can also include the production of vasoconstrictive prostaglandins. All of the dietary products are concluded in the one slide. The examples of the pomegranate juice is decrease the blood pressure, citrus fruit decrease the blood pressure, and the garlics decrease the blood pressure, except to like fructose and the sodium. And I am the PG scholar of the Unani fraternity. So in my pathy, a concept of the asbab sitta jaruriya, which is basic fundamental of the Unani system of medicine, says if follow this asbab sitta jaruriya to prevent the this non-communicable disease like hawa, makulo masro, harkate sukun badni, harkate sukun nafsani, nomo yakza, ehtabas istifrag. And this dietary supplements is included in makulo masrooms. Eat healthy and the balanced diet, avoid junk and smoke food, preserve food, alcohol, carbonated drinks. Avoid excess of non-vegetarian diets. Salt intake should be restricted to less than 5 grams per day. Avoid adding sprinkling salt to cook and uncooked food in addition to daily permissible limit. Various preparations which are high in salt should be moderated the hypertension. So restrict this type of salt, this type of food product to prevent this hypertension, like pickles, chutney, sauce, ketchup, pepper, chips, salted biscuit, cheese, salt, and butters. And home remedies are 1 gram garlic paste mixed with the glass of buttermilk, dose taken as such 2 times in a day. 1 to 3 cloves of garlic dose taken in the morning on the empty stomach, and exact onion juice doses half teaspoon juice mixed with a half tea honey taken twice a daily to prevent the hypertension. My references are these, and thank you.
Thank you. That was an interesting presentation. I have no questions for the session. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to the next presentation by Trupti Mai Sahu from Ramadevi Women's University, going to give her poster presentation on trends in fast food consumption, a public health concern. Trupti Mai Sahu. Sir,
Yes.
Dr. Mohammad Ibran, you can stop sharing your screen so that other presenter can share their screen. Dr. Mohammad Ibran, I request you to stop sharing the screen. Trupti Mai, ma'am, you can start sharing your screen now.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. You can zoom your screen as your presentation is not visible properly.
Trupti, please switch on to video mode.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, background I can set. So, 1 second.
I think presenters, be ready with your presentation. You must be having agenda in your hands, no? So when the previous presenter is presenting, you can just keep your presentation on in your screen so that it will be easy to present.
And ma'am, can I present without a video?
Yes.
Only present a screen and my audio is.
Okay, fine. But next presentators, please be ready with the video also. Thank you. Start, Trupti.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. This is Trupti Mai Sahu, pursuing MSc in Department of Home Science from Ramadevi Women's University. My topic for e-poster presentation is trend in fast food consumption, if public health and nutrition. As we know that food is the basic need for human beings, and here in India, food is not only consumed as from the nutrition, but also associated with different trends and customs. In this fast-moving world, it is necessary for all members to all of family members to work
for meeting their needs. This type of lifestyle gain a scope for consuming of fast food. Fast food are the food which are the yearly pursued and required quality. Usually, fast food consumption highly amount of fat, salt, sugar, and low in fiber. This type of diet usually to health issue to consuming regular various study. Regular ways taking fast food on regular basis needs to gain weight, and it create obesity, which is the on which is an different lifestyle disease such as cholesterol, diabetes, and related issue, and many more. The result and discussion. According to a study, it has been required that the respondents are in body limits to body limits to BMI. It was also obvious that the consuming more carbohydrate, fat, cholesterol, and low protein, vitamin, irons, and dietary fibers. Another study shows that another study shows that the consumption of carbohydrate drinks and highly them to fruit juice and milk and other drinks. Therefore, it is concluded that as a consuming of fast food is increased day by day with changing the lifestyle, it is an easy involved to lifestyle disease, and lifestyle disease are bring public health problems, or many or more diseases, for which measure step to be taken to make them aware to the required health issue. So we try to aware them to less consume of fast food. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tripti. How did you collected the data for this study? Who is your targeted population?
Ma'am, I use questionnaire method. Some question I supply some students and collect the data.
Which group of students? Is it school students or a college?
College student, ma'am. College students.
What is the total number of subjects?
120.
120. Like, what was your, like, how did you analyze? Is it post-stressed or pre-stressed, or just your questionnaire have been asked?
In statistical method, in start doing
Okay, so you have only assessed the consumption of carbonated beverages. I couldn't see any data about the fast food, right? You have mentioned only drinks, tea, coffee, and fruit juices kind of things. But we're not able to see any fast food items like street foods or anything else, bakery substances or other things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Tripti, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Trupti. Moving on to the other presentation by Dr. Vandana Verma from Banaras Hindu University, going to give oral presentation on the topic, an Ayurveda perspective on an incompatible diet, Viruddha Ahara, as a cause of chronic metabolic abnormalities and malnutrition. Dr. Vandana Verma.
Yes. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I am unable to share my screen because
Yes, ma'am. Just a
earlier-
minute. Just a minute. Yes, now you can share your screen, ma'am.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
My screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Your time starts now.
So good afternoon, everybody. My topic is basically incompatible diet as a contributor to abnormal metabolism and diseases and Ayurveda perspectives. So as we know, nowadays, if we talk about the diseases, so the disease pattern has been changed a lot. Earlier, it was the infectious diseases, or it was due to lack of nutrient supply. There were the malnutritions. Nowadays, the change of disease scenario is due to lifestyle, and nowadays metabolic disorders, especially the metabolic syndrome, is very prominent worldwide. And there are so many reasons behind this. Several cross-sectional studies, they have proved that there is an association between the dietary factors and the metabolic disorders. So basically, I will, in this presentation, I will make you sensitize about the concept of incompatible diet, how it is responsible for abnormal metabolism and ultimately leads to disease. Nowadays, autoimmune and metabolic diseases has alarmed and concerned the whole medical profession due to the increased prevalence. And the etiology of illness is still largely unknown and subjected to speculation. A large number of studies have demonstrated that most metabolic health problems arise from wrong eating habits, processing, and cooking methods. And the cooking methods and food processing, eating habits are changed because of globalization and urbanization. And especially adding of different kind of taste into our natural food pattern, because of globalization has food combination scenarios, and all the combinations are not good for us, like different flavors of ice creams and crystalline sugar. So there is now a very much innovation in the cooking also, and the what pattern of cooking we are using nowadays, it is basically a global, not a particular to our country, not a particular to the region or to the family. And we are adding the food ingredients irrespective of taking their other precautions, like whether this combination is good for health or not. We are more running toward this, the texture of food. It is pleasant in aroma or in appearance. So even though the educated person, they are also not focusing on this. That's why in the affluent and high educated society, nowadays metabolic problems are rising more and more. So regarding this, in Ayurveda, there is a very holistic way of approach towards the food, and it follows the principle of Tridosh, Prakriti, taste. It also considers the processing of food, quality, quantity, and there are certain rules regarding the intake of food. So if one takes the food, starting from its procurement to the processing, cooking, and up to the follow the rules of eating, then only we get the desired effect of the food. Viruddha Ahar or incompatible diet. So basically, nowadays, different food combinations have been associated with different diseases, and in experimental model, it has been proved also. So in Ayurveda, Viruddha Ahar, about the Viruddha Ahar, it is said that it may cause any kind of disease in the health and undue effect on the health. So these are the 8 principles of food consumption enumerated in Ayurveda. So basically, these are the 8 factors which one must consider while taking the food, even from collection of food up to the cooking, processing, and then its taking. So all these are the factors like qualitative characteristics of food, processing of food, combination, quantity, days a person belongs to which place, and the food which we are procuring is belong to the same place or not. Because in Ayurveda, it is said that a person should consume the food items where the person lives, because we are accustomed to the environment and we are more compatible with the food items which grow in that particular region. Similarly, time factor is also very important. Nowadays, the storehouses are there, cold storages are there, and it is advised that one must take the fresh fruit and vegetables, especially the seasonal one. And even about the cereals also, the time period has been mentioned that if we are taking now and it is heavy, and if we're taking the Purana means which is stored for 1 year, its property gets changed. So the time factor and season is also important. Then certain rules have been designated, and oneself also think about the person, its appetite, the physiological state, especially in case of females. So the Viruddha Ahar, it is described in all this Samhita, Charak, Sushruta, and Vagbhat, another scholar of Ayurveda. But regarding this, if we look into the contemporary science, so there is a orthopathy, a science related to the combination of food that also talks about the effect of combination of food on the nutrient gain or the health. Here is Herbert M. Sheldon, who wrote this hygienic system or orthopathy, and it was renamed again natural hygiene. And he has suggested that consumption of incompatible food in one meal is said to lead ill health, and consumption of compatible food is said to maintain it. Means it is not a newer concept. It was prevailing in older time also. So 18 type of factors has been described that due to that food becomes incompatible. It is only not the food item. There are other factors also have been described. First one is Virya Viruddha, that is potency incompatibility. Like one should not take fish along with the milk. Sanskar Viruddha, processing incompatibility, heated honey and reheating of cooking oil. Similarly, Matra Viruddha, if we take separately honey and cow ghee, it is quite healthy. But if we mix in equal proportion, then it becomes toxic. Karma Viruddha, order of incompatibility, like after taking hot water, after taking honey, we should not consume hot water. Nowadays, people are taking honey with the hot water with lemon. Consuming curd at night. Curd is very good for health, but it should not be consumed at night. And taking madhur ras at the end of meals and tikta katu ras dravya at the start of meals. So basically, it is again we are nowadays following our starters with the soup and which is tikta and katu, and it is totally wrong as per the Ayurveda. And similarly, Kala Viruddha, like one should also see about the season. So if we are taking very pungent things in summer, it will be harmful, and very cold things in the winters. Like we are taking nowadays in every parties, cold drinks and ice creams in even winter season parties also. Sanyoga Viruddha, fruit salad with milk or banana. And it is indicated in Ayurveda that any kind of sour taste, either vegetable or food, should not be taken with the milk. Parihara Viruddha, contraindication, like consumption of cold water immediately after having tea or coffee. Agni Viruddha, one should again analyze the appetite or the strength of appetite. Without the proper feeling of hunger, one should not take the meal. Similarly, Desh Viruddha, to have a dry and sharp substances in dry region and aqueous substances in marshy land. Satve viruddha, dosh viruddha, char viruddha means while somebody is taking some management or treatment at that time also, like if somebody is going for the ghee therapy and taking after that the cold things. Paka viruddha, preparation of food with bad rotten fuel, undercooked, overcooking, burning during the process of preparation. Sampad viruddha, intake of substances that are not mature or it may be putrefied. So there are several factors which make the food incompatible. It is not only the food ingredient is important, rather than the time factor, its processing, cooking methods, all are important. So it is very difficult to follow all these very strictly, but Acharya Charak has described certain factors that pacify the ill effect of incompatible diet. So if like someone is taking somehow the processed food or incompatible combination, so it may be little bit compensated by these factors. Like if somebody is doing exercise regularly, person is young, status of Agni, that is digestion and metabolism is good, and taking it in very less quantity. Like if we are taking junk food in a month or in a 15 days once a while, then it will not do that kind of harm as the person who is taking regularly. And who has developed homologation for viruddha. If we are taking in low doses some food combination, it may get accustomed to the body. And who is taking ghee regularly. Ghee is very important in balancing Vata Pitta Kapha, but nowadays there is a concept that one should not take ghee, otherwise it will add extra energy or calorie. But it is advised in Ayurveda that one should take ghee as per the Prakriti and Agni in a very tailored doses. It is also very important. Now some diseases have been enumerated. I will just name them. Like first one is, I have mentioned infertility.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, but you're out of time. Could you please conclude it?
Okay. So certain diseases have been described, and if you see the slide, so these diseases are related to every system of the body, either endocrine, digestive system, nervous system, or circulatory. So there are certain studies are also there, like combination of green tea, black tea, and milk. It also harmful. Tea and garlic. Similarly, eating potato chips. All these are the studies which have been done on experimental models. Pomegranate juice and grape juice, tomatoes or potatoes and alcohol. This is another study when oil is heated. So it gets there is a formation of compound called HNE, which is very toxic. Similarly, heating of oil, it causes a production of heterocyclic aromatic amines, and which has capacity to damage even the healthy cells. These are the another studies in which the weaning rat has been fed with the fast food, and zinc deficiency was found, and it has effect on the development of testis and the level of testosterone. So basically, when we are combining food, so there is formation of some kind of harmful products due to processing also, and that are harmful for the health cells. So it has been very regularly observed in the clinic. If the rheumatoid arthritis patient, they consume curd or sour food at night, and they have more stiffness in the morning. So it may be studied in relation to the antigen antibody reaction or its impact on the WBCs. So to conclude, we should not be satisfied that I am taking a very nutritious food. Rather than one should think about the combination of foods, intake of time of meal, and its cooking processes and mixing of the food. And several research studies have now shown associations between the dietary factors and different kind of metabolic disorders. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very detailed presentation. But I would have appreciated if you have presented any of your own studies or any thing happening around us. That will be even more good. Even in Unani presentations, I found the same thing. You are presenting as the subject, but if there is any scientific evidence in the current scenario, It would
Yes,
be.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I have quoted all those studies which are published in PubMed.
I am asking for our own study. If that is
Ma'am,
available, that would be nice.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Actually, we are planning studies in BHU also, and one study on honey and that previous presenter has presented has been conducted. So, but there are cross-sectional survey studies on even in human population that shows that there is a association between the wrong food combinations and especially the metabolic disorders and autoimmune disorders.
Okay.
So it requires basically, ma'am, the large cross-sectional survey studies, especially in Indian population.
Okay, that is nice because actually speaking Ayurveda or Unani and all is the earlier documented medicinal forms, but we are not able to see much studies from Indian setup. So it will be nice if we are coming across more scientific based, evidence based studies. It will be nice. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to the other presentation by Insha Shapin from Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, India, for oral presentation on the topic food addiction and its association with obesity among students.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Is my PPT visible?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your PPT.
Okay. So good morning and good noon to everyone present over here. My topic I'm a master's student and my thesis is going on. And my thesis topic is food addiction and its association with obesity among students. So now we will talk about food addiction. So food addiction is a recently used term for food cravings that can have similar effects on the brain as drug addiction. Food addiction has not been, just wait a minute, my camera is also not open now. Yes. So food addiction has not been studied thoroughly in India. So the aim of this study was to assess food addiction behaviors in students who undergo various stressful situations during their learning period. Food addiction can be due to the consumption of foods that are high in salt, sugar, saturated fat, that can have addictive effect on the brain. And evidence have shown that biological reactions to food can activate various pathways like opioid and dopamine pathways, which are also activated by the substance abuse or the drug addiction. So those who are possessed to be food addicted shows the similar patterns of reward related neural responses when giving the highly processed foods. So not all the foods are food addictive, but some foods are, like hyperpalatable foods, high saturated fats, sugar, artificial flavors, or the sodium that have been associated with addictive behaviors. So symptoms of food addiction are uncontrollable eating, having a larger amount of food to its psychological reward, feeling of withdrawal when not getting the desired food, and loss of control around the food, and craving for sugary food items. So the objectives of my study was to find out the food addiction among the students and its association with the obesity and different weight categories. So methodology included the location of the study was Delhi NCR, and the sample was students from different colleges and universities, and sample size was 100. The inclusion criteria involved the students in the age group of 18 to 25. Both male and female were included, and those who were willing to participate only participated. The data collection included the anthropometric data, that is height, weight, and BMI was calculated. And then the food addiction was assessed through the scale that is known as Yale Food Addiction Scale, the version 2nd. So the results showed that the average height of the students was 161 centimeter, weight was 58 kgs, and most of the students were in the normal BMI category. The gender, this figure shows the percentage of male and female in the study. So there was 38% of male and 62% of female in my study. And this is the food addiction results. So basically, this shows that 65% of the participants met the criteria for food addiction, and most of them were moderately food addicted. That is, they met 4 to 5 symptoms of food addiction, while 1/4, that is 25% of the total participants, were mildly food addicted, and they met only 2 to 3 symptoms of food addiction, whereas 6% were severely food addicted, and they met the 6 to 7 symptoms. Now, if we associate the food addiction with BMI categories, so we can see that food addiction was nearly present in all the BMI categories. Moderate food addiction was nearly present in all the food categories, BMI categories. And it is also being noticed that normal weight category and underweight category also experience some kind of food addiction, whether it be mild or moderate. And however, the normal weight category has no individuals with the presence of severe food addiction. And the overweight and obese categories have more severe food addiction cases. So from this study, I concluded that with weight, the severity of food addiction increases. So proper stress management with healthy lifestyle is really important. And also the some kind of food addiction was present in all the categories. So it has been and it should be taken in consideration that only obese category should not be used as a substitute for food addiction. So proper healthy lifestyle with proper stress management is needed. So these are my references. Thank you.
Thanks for the precise presentation. So my question is, what is the difference between food addiction and eating disorder?
Ma'am, food addiction and eating disorder is that food addiction is not yet been diagnosed as a disease or a disorder. It is just a verge to be in a disorder. So basically, it is the food dependence. That's how you give reward to yourself in the situations like being like students. Why I pick students? Because they live in very much of a stressful situation that you have to do assignments, you have to be in social gatherings also, you have to be at your best. So at that time, you reward yourself in happy situations or in sad situations also.
Right. So you in your study, I see that more number of participants is female. Does it mean that more number of females have food addiction, or the participants, or just more number is females? Is that you can't tell the non-food addictive people out of male factor?
Yes, ma'am, actually, there was more female in my study, but from the previous studies, which I have read the secondary data, it has been seen that women are more food addicted than men.
Very nice. Okay. Thank you. That's very nice.
Thank you, Insha.
Yes, ma'am.
So moving on with the other presentation by Ayesha Pendhari from Sri Devaraj URS Academy of Higher Education and Research, going to give her oral presentation on the topic Impact of the Type of Insulin Regimen on the Blood Glucose Trending Among Children with Type 1 Diabetes, a retrospective study. Ayesha, you can start sharing your screen.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Ayesha, PhD scholar from Department of Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics, Sri Devaraja's Academy of Higher Education and Research Center, Kolar. My topic is impact of type of insulin regimen on the blood glucose trend among children with type 1 diabetes, a retrospective study. So, type 1 diabetes is characterized by hyperglycemia, due to defect in insulin secretion cell, or in absolute insulin, no insulin secretion, or both. Type 1 diabetes mellitus is one of the most common endocrine disease in children and adults, which leads to abnormalities in carbohydrate, fat, and protein metabolism. As per IDF, more than 1.2 children are suffering from diabetes. Number of newly diagnosed cases is 1,84,100. India has the second highest number of children with type 1 diabetes after the United States. Healthcare professionals must consider most important aspects while developing a treatment plan for children and adolescents with type 1 diabetes. The important aspect is hyperglycemia, hypoglycemia, and due to hyperglycemia and hypoglycemia, children are susceptible to neurological disorders and negative consequences of diabetic ketoacidosis on cognitive development. Nutrition counseling is an important component in the management of type 1 diabetes and improving glycemic index, as well as physical activity, GRBS monitoring as well. Nutrition recommendation for children and adolescents with type 1 diabetes, same as their peer group, except the insulin therapy. Insulin therapy is a cornerstone in the management of type 1 diabetes. So while planning insulin therapy for these children, physiological insulin replacement that aims to mimic the normal pancreatic insulin secretion is the perfect treatment method of type 1 diabetes management. Basal insulin is required to suppress the hepatic glucose production overnight and between the meals, whereas a bolus insulin replacement provides insulin to dispose the glucose after eating. Such therapeutic insulin therapy providing both basal and bolus insulin, allowing flexibility in dose adjustment of insulin, as well as when we are providing diet and carbohydrate counting, and as well as at the time of physical activity, it helps to adjust the insulin and it exactly mimic the pancreatic insulin secretion as we get healthy individual. So objective of my retrospective study is to understand the impact of the insulin regimen on the blood glucose trend among the children with type 1 diabetes. So 78 patients during this period got admitted to RL Jalapa Hospital and Research Center below 18 years with the management of DKE. All the file I have assessed from MRD, 35 excluded due to exclusion criteria. Obtained 48 patients file from the MRD, and demographic profile of these patients I have collected. 24-hour blood glucose trends I have collected, and insulin treatment administered in these children. So socio-demographic profile is these patients. Out of 48 children, 42% were male and 58% were female, and 46% belongs to lower middle class, whereas 54% belongs to upper middle class. Based on the pediatric classification, 33% belong to early childhood, 13% belong to early childhood, whereas 33% mid-childhood, and 54% from early adolescence. So the mean weight of these children for early childhood, it is 15 kg plus minus 4. For mid-childhood, 19 kg 3.8 is plus minus, whereas for early adolescents, it is 38.6 plus minus 9. The mean height for age in these children, for early childhood, it was 103 plus minus 17.4, where for mid-childhood, 125 centimeter plus minus 9.8, whereas for early childhood, 152 centimeter plus minus 10. The body mass index for early childhood was 14.3 plus minus 7, where 0.71, whereas for mid-childhood, it was 12.5 plus minus 1.35, and early adolescents, it was 16.4 for this for males, whereas for females, the weight for age in early childhood, it was 11.7 plus minus 4.1. For mid-childhood, it was 23 plus minus 4.12. In early adolescents, it was 34.3 3 plus minus 9.9, whereas for height for the children, for early childhood, 98.3 centimeter plus minus 17.3, and mid childhood 128.5 plus minus 18.8.9, and early adolescence 144.6 plus minus 10.1. Whereas BMI for early childhood was 13, and same as for mid childhood 13.9, whereas early adolescent it was 15.9 plus minus 3.6. So clinical history of these all children was 60% had been newly diagnosed, whereas 40% had to be readmitted due to their illness according to the study. Additional data analysis showed that 11% children were admitted for third time, 2% for the second time, and 27% were readmitted once. This information suggests that sizable percentage of previously hospitalized kids need additional medical care. According to the study finding, 10% of hospitalized patients during the study period had DKE with comorbidity, whereas 90% had DKE as primary diagnosis. Additional data analysis showed that 33% of patients had mild DKA, 13% had moderate, and 40% had severe DKA. This data suggests that sizable fraction of DKA patients had severe symptoms, which if not treated, if not managed well, might result in life-threatening consequences. This slide provides, this slide provides the details of 35% reported experience of typical symptoms of DKA, which is vomiting, rapid breathing, thirst, abdominal pain, and frequent urination, which suggest common underlying disease. Interestingly, the study also discovered that 13 subjects had all above the mentioned complaints as well as other ones, pointing to existence of comorbidity or more serious diseases. This material emphasized the significance of monitoring patient and the carefully evaluating the symptoms to identify patient with severe symptoms or underlying comorbidities. So this slide presents the insulin regimen administered during the period of hospitalization. The study results showed the insulin regimen to the hospitalized patients, various age group are examined in the presented slide. The results showed that prescription of basal bolus insulin regimen varied among the age group of early infancy, middle childhood, and early adolescence. Basal bolus were prescribed 3 out of 6 patients in early childhood, 5 out of 15 in mid childhood, and 4 out of 23 in early adolescence. Interestingly, the study discovered that no patients were prescribed fixed dose insulin regimen during early childhood, only 1 out of 15 during mid childhood, and only 3 out of 23 during early adolescence. This data reveals significant difference in prescription of fixed dose insulin regimen for various age groups. The study also discovered that premix regimen were often prescribed in all 3 age groups, 3 out of 6 receiving 1 in early childhood, 9 out of 15 in patient receiving 1 in middle, and 14 out of 23 receiving 1 in early adolescence. To emphasize the value of carefully monitoring and the adjusting insulin dosage to achieve optimal glycemic control and creating customized insulin regimen depend on the patient's age and specific needs. So insulin dose, total insulin dosage administers this slide pages, whereas the study provides valuable insulin insights into the total daily insulin dose administered in these hospitalized patients of different age group. The findings suggest that requirement increase as the patient enters adolescence and emphasize the importance of individualized insulin dosage. The study found that daily insulin dose varied significantly among all 3 age groups. So specifically, the study found that total dose in early childhood was 15.3, middle childhood 26.4, where in contrast, total daily insulin dose was administered in adolescents was higher with average of 40.30 units. So the study highlight the importance of individualized insulin dosage based on age, weight, and other patient factors. The findings suggest that healthcare providers should carefully monitor and adjust the insulin dose to ensure optimal glycemic control in hospitalized patients. So,
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. You are running out of time. I request you to conclude the topic, ma'am.
Yeah. So, here, during this period, children with type 1 diabetes were hospitalized. Of these, 58% female and 42 were male. 21 had a severe decay and 6% moderate, and 16% children had mild diabetic ketoacidosis, and 5 had comorbidities. 6 were early childhood, 15 were from mid childhood, and 23 were from early adolescence. The participants were administered insulin regimen of 11 were on basal bolus, 27 were on premix, and 6 were on fixed dose. So modern insulin therapies can mimic physiological insulin release, which helps diabetes patient maintain better glycemic control due to the preset proportion of mixed insulin, premix insulin, their lower physiological activity. There is a larger risk of hypoglycemia while using these insulin preparation compared to the basal and pre-meal bolus insulin regimen. Thank you.
Thank you for the interesting information, ma'am. You have mentioned retrospective study. So did you analyze from the data or with the children?
Ma'am, I have taken the secondary data from medical records because the research study which I am doing for my PhD, it was required for that ongoing study.
Okay, so this is based on the MR records, not on the direct subjects.
Not on the, but those direct subjects I have taken for my present study.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The other presentation is by Amolika Bhist from Manav Rachana International Institute of Research and Studies from India, going to give oral presentation, poster presentation on the topic of consumption of alcohol and its effect on nutritional status in adults 18 to 22 years. The time that is allocated for you, Amolika, is 5 minutes, and I request all the participants to stick on to the time.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Ma'am, is my slide visible?
No.
No, we cannot see your slide.
Good afternoon, ma'am. The topic of my presentation is consumption of alcohol and its effect on the nutritional status in adults. I have took 18 to 22 years old college-going students. Alcohol is a toxic and psychotic substance which dependence providing properties. In many of the societies, alcoholic beverages are the routinic parts of the social landscape for many in the population. NIA defined heavy drinking as for men consuming more than 4 drinks or any drink more than, wait a second. It's not possible for me. Drinks per week, and for female consuming more than 3 drinks on any day or more than 7 drinks per week. The aim and objective of my study is to assess the prevalence of alcohol consumption among alcoholic male and female, to assess the impact of alcohol consumption on the nutrition status of the participants. The methodology that I have used is identification of alcoholic male and female using audit scale. Locale of sample is Faridabad, 18 to 22-year-old college-going students. Selection of the sample through audit scale, anthropometric measurement have took, then 24-hour dietary recall, then data analysis and data results. These are the results. The level of alcoholism is more in male as compared to female, but as as we did the dietary recall, we came with the result that female have high caloric intake than the male, irrespective of their level of alcohol consumption. And addiction is also more in males as compared to females. The result of recent studies suggested gravely showcasing the intense and substantial implication of alcohol-related complications for individual and for larger population. Expulsion of previous hypotheses about alcohol possibly having favorable effect on condition and clearly argue that no level of alcohol use is safe. Female have higher caloric intake despite of their level of alcoholism as compared to male population, and level of alcoholism is directly proportional with the higher level of education. Like post-graduating students have higher level of alcoholism than the normal graduating. And these are my references. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. But your methodology is not very clear. Who is your, like you said that you have taken the participants from 18 to 22 years, but what is their duration of consumption of alcohol? How
throughout their life.
Throughout their life, what do you mean?
Ma'am, it's like I have chosen participant who have consumed alcohol even for once and for weeks and months. And I have used audit scale questionnaire to choose my participants.
Right. If they have a lesser amount of alcohol use, for example, if it is an occasional drinker or if it is a social drinker or once in a while, is that having any impact on nutritional status?
Yes, ma'am. First, the part
actually. Yeah, we can see the slide.
Yeah, continue.
Ma'am, actually, the participants who have higher level of education have higher level of alcoholism. Secondly, who are more socialized, having high level of alcoholism than the once drinker.
But the thing is, our aim is to compare the nutritional status. You have not given a detailed view on nutritional status for us.
Ma'am, nutritional status I have done for females and male like this. This is a comparison between male and female, and from that dietary recall, we came out with the result that female have higher calorie intake. So the BMI is higher of females.
Oh, okay. Only BMI if like calorie intake is affected, nothing else is affected. Is that so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So going to other presentation, Professor Ruchu going to give her oral presentation, and she is from Sant Gagde Baba Amravati University and Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, India, on topic serum B12 and obesity and inverse correlation, a critical review.
So a very good afternoon to everybody. Am I audible and is my screen also visible?
Yes, you are audible and your screen is also visible.
So the moment I'm changing the slide, is it visible? Just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Thank you so much. So a very good afternoon to everybody. And first of all, I would like to congratulate USFN for such a unique topic, obesity, because I believe obesity runs in family because nobody runs in family. And obesity is that kind of a disease which is affecting each and every age group. Now, we generally say that India has a dual burden of malnutrition, due to which there is a deficiency of the vitamins. But I would like to ponder upon one thought in my critical review, that we say there is a deficiency, but could a micronutrient also be a cause of the obesity and also give an inflammatory response? So let's have a look with my topic, that is serum B12 and obesity and inverse correlation. It's a critical review. So the significance of my study, as we all know, that there is dramatic increase in the incidence and prevalence of the metabolic disorders in the past 20 years, and 500 million adults worldwide are suffering from obesity. That's quite a lot. And even the data from the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey says that roughly 2 out of 5 US adults are obese. And not only that, if you look at the scenario in India, then according to Global Burden of Disease study, 62.7% of the total mortality in 2016 was contributed by the non-communicable diseases. So this definitely gives a sole purpose to the researcher and health experts to understand obesity well and understand the dynamics of role of micronutrients as preventive or reason behind the obesity with other factors like diet and the physical activity. So these were the primary objectives of my study. First is to assess the correlation between obesity and dysbiosis. That is how obesity leads to problem in the gut microbiota. And then to correlate the link between obesity, lipid profile, and B12 deficiency. And then finally correlating the two above objectives together. That is to assess the relationship between B12 deficiency, dysbiosis, obesity, and the inflammatory responses. So the methodology which I adopted for this was the qualitative critical review methodology by searching on the databases like Mendeley, Google Scholar, ResearchGate, PubMed, Finger, so on. These kind of the keywords, which really can match with the objectives of my study like micronutrients, B12, metabolic disorders, and so on. So the inclusion and exclusion criteria was out of the papers which I screened, they were approximately 35 to 40. In the year 2007 to 2022, the papers with the objective and keywords other than these which I have mentioned, they were excluded. And the papers with different languages other than English, they were also excluded. So the first objective, as I mentioned, that the link between obesity and the microbiota dysbiosis. So on and on, so many studies have been done. I have put up over here across a few that there is a direct link between the modification and alteration of the microbial pattern, especially in the colon. And this happens due to progressive increase in the body weight, as per the study which was published in the Toxicological Journal. And in recent years, in another study which was published, obesity and colon dysbiosis have been related to degenerative diseases, that is the METs. So this was the human gut microbiome, a potential controller. This study, it got published in Frontier Microbiological Journal. So you can see it from this diagram, which I took from one of the MODE study, which intimated the link between obesity, microbiota, dysbiosis, and neurodegenerative disorders, that, there could be so many factors which can influence the obesity. But at the same point of time, obesity can lead to dysbiosis, gut inflammation, and how it can affect the brain as well. And if in this study, there was also a comparison done in the gut microbiota composition of an obese person and the other with a lean, healthy microbiota individual. So there was increase in microbial fermentation in the obese person with the dysbiosis, absorption of monosaccharide was increased, production of short chain fatty acids was increased. In whole, I want to say that obesity and dysbiosis can actually lead to modified energy harvest as well as the energetics. So moving on to my second objective, which is to relate obesity with the micronutrient. We always say there is a hunger, but I'm going to give a different perspective to this micronutrient, which is B12. So first of all, World Health Organization is quite concerned about B12 as well as folates level. And they are also trying to correlate it with the manifestation of the metabolic risk. This is something very interesting. Clinically, low B12 status in children, adolescent, and pregnant mothers was associated with higher adiposity and lipids, as well as increased risks of insulin resistance, type 2 diabetes, and CVDs. And another factor, which is a point of concern, that babies who are born to low B12 mothers via adverse maternal programming seem to have a high accumulation of adiposity, insulin, and high levels of insulin levels at birth, which may predispose them to a higher risk of developing cardiometabolic disorders in the later life. Now, let us see with the quite good studies, which I have just 3 studies, which I really found very, very interesting. They are going to talk about that there is an association of low B12 with obesity. And also they are going to prove that there is an association in low B12 as well as dyslipidemia and obesity. So let's have a look. So this was a study which states inverse association, and it was published in the Q2 journal, and there 9,075 participants of this much more than 20 years of age, they were just participating, and obesity was defined in them with BMI levels 30 kg or more. Logistic regression was done at 95% of confidence level to arrive at the result. And surprisingly, as I was saying, the result is that serum vitamin B12 concentrations were lower among obese adults as compared to with the non-obese adults, and higher, they concluded that higher serum vitamin B12 levels were inversely associated with the obesity. Let's see one more study. So this was a study again published in the Q2 journal, where association between different dietary vitamins and risk of obesity in children and adolescents was done. Like this study was on adults, but this is on children. Even children are also not saved from this menace. The objective was to evaluate the relationship between the intake of different dietary vitamins. This was the age group 6 to 11 and 12 to 19. And it was quite a cross-sectional study. And it was done for 3 years and quite a good, I would like to say, subject size, that is 3,634 children and adolescents, they were taken for this study. And if you can see the results, which was done with the help of multivariate logistic regression model, 5 vitamins, out of them, B12 is also one of them, that is D, A, B1, B2, they were negatively associated with obesity in children and adolescents. And there is a potential interactions between vitamin B2 and B12 in increasing the risk of obesity. As I said in first study in adults, but here they are also saying that's quite a risk factor in children and adolescents was also observed. One more very good study, which was done in Saudi Arabia, again published in Q2 journal Nutritious 2020. And on the similar and parallel line, did such kind of a study, and they concluded using the multivariable Linear regression model that serum vitamin B12 were found to be inversely associated with total cholesterol. You can see the levels over here, and they concluded that low serum vitamin B12 levels are independent associated with the dyslipidemia or abnormal lipid profile. So as a critical review and a researcher, my own gap identifications, which I have been able to find with all these, the studies which were done on B12, obesity, inflammatory response, dyslipidemia. First research gap, I found that I couldn't find much of the data on B12 supplementation studies with safe level and effective level. That we say the RDA is 1 to 1.5 micrograms, but how much we should be using for such patients. So the safety studies with the effective analysis, this is one gap which I found I couldn't find, which should be done. Second is the improvement. Intervention studies, what I mean to say. We are definitely saying that, what I mean to say, that obesity and lipid profile increases, B12 decreases. Why not other way around? That is, that the intervention with the B12, first of all, how much level we should be giving. So for that, the first stage has to be done. Then how they can, after the effective intervention, for how many, I can say months, they would be able to improve the obesity and the lipid profile. And also one more gap which I found is assessing the RDA and absorption status in such patients. We say due to dysbiosis, which is caused due to obesity, there is a difference in the energy harvest and energy metabolism. But what about the absorption also of the B12 and other such micronutrients? So these are the research gaps which I have found with my critical review analysis. And definitely as a conclusion, as a teacher by myself and a practitioner, I would like to say that if you see in the center, that is obesity leading to dysbiosis, that's what my conclusion is. Dysbiosis can also lead to obesity. Dysbiosis can affect the B12 absorption or maybe B12 deficiency. B12 deficiency can also lead to the inflammatory responses in the gut. And B12 deficiency can give obesity. Obesity can also give B12 deficiency. So just see the dynamics of these three things together. So what currently the dietitians and nutritionists are doing, they are generally concentrating as a weight management expert only on obesity. What I mean to say, giving moderate caloric diet, physical activity, all this kind of combination. But here I would like to propose that kindly start intervening at dysbiosis stage. If you find across an obese patient, start seeing the dysbiotic stage, introduce probiotic and prebiotic therapy as a solution. As you can see in one of the 2021 systematic review, a lot of, they have given the list of the pro and prebiotics, how they work, the soluble fiber as a very highly prebiotic, and probiotics with strains like Lactobacillus plantarum, KZI, and so on, that how they can help in improving micronutrient deficiency. And second is, never ever see a obese patient just for doing diet planning or checking their body composition. I would like to propose also screen them for micronutrients. There are so many micronutrients which you cannot screen. For example, folates. You just cannot ask anybody to go for folate test unless it is really required, as it is quite expensive. But B12, we can definitely ask our clients to go for the B12 screening. And if required, why not supplementation? Because RDA could be a little different in the deficient clients. So B12 and other vitamins could also improve with the probiotics and prebiotics. This is what I would like to say. And this is, we all know, a healthy gut, how it can improve everything. B12, not only it will be deficient in the obese, but it could be a remedy. So these are all my references which I took. So I actually took almost near about 40 to 45 papers, and these were the 3 top class which I found in the Q2 and Q1 journals, which I try to quote over here to prove my objectives. So thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, Ruju. I'm really sorry that there was an internet disconnection for me when you were talking about the methodology. Can you just simply brief me in 2 lines? How did you do this assessment?
Sure, madam. I would just again show it.
Yeah, please.
Only methodology was left, madam, or
yes,
others were also left?
Yes, only methodology.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah. So this is a qualitative critical review methodology where I actually searched on the various databases like Mendeley and then Google Scholar, ResearchGate, because I also have accounts in them. So I just checked the studies which are done outside India as well as in India with these kind of the keywords. And I checked the studies from the duration 2007 to 2022 because I wanted some recent data. For statistics of the obesity, I searched from 2007 onwards till today. But for the B12 and the work which is done, trials, preclinical and the clinical, for that till 2022. And inclusion and exclusion criteria. So out of the papers which I screened, the papers which had objectives which were a little different from mine, because on B12 you can find a plethora of papers. But I was a little focused on this objective only, how it is correlated with obesity inflammatory response. And this is a like of a shortfall. I will say that the papers which are in different languages.
Okay, that's fine. How many number of papers you have totally selected from 2022?
So 2000, sorry?
In 2022, you said the last recent one.
Correct. So one paper I already presented, madam. And apart from that, there were 4 to 5 papers on the similar line. Although in 2022, not more than this data has been done. I am sure most of unpublished data would also be there. The scholars like us must be doing, but as you know, in our country, the scenario is a lot of data goes unpublished as well, or maybe not in good databases journal like Springer or maybe Mendeley or Scopus. So I could only find 4 to 5. And what was relevant in the frontiers, I presented that.
Okay. So in this 4 to 5 reviews, what was the participant size?
Yeah, so I selected the papers where the participant size was somewhere more than 1,000.
Okay.
So that as a public health, as in one of the study in the children, it was 3,634 like that. And the another, it was 9,074 or 75, as in the odd number.
Okay.
So this much was the size. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ruchu. That was
Thank you
a
so
good
much.
explanation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ruchu. That was well expressed. Moving on with the other presentation by Ms. Ashmita Bura from Ramadevi Women's University, Vidyavihar, Bhubaneswar, India, for e-poster presentation on impact food habits on mental health of young adults. Ms. Ashmita.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you, ma'am.
So could you please adjust your screen so we can see the title of your paper?
Is it visible right now?
We can see. Could you please adjust it? Could you zoom the screen?
Can you put it on a slideshow mode?
Yeah, I've already done it.
Since this is a poster, we cannot do it in slide mode, ma'am. So just scroll down your screen. We can see the title. Yes. Okay. You can go with your presentation and your time starts now.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present over here. A healthy and a well-balanced diet can help us think clearly and feel more alert. It also improves concentration and attention span. Conversely, an inadequate diet can lead to fatigue, impaired decision making, etc. So as to put a spark on this emerging issue, good afternoon, one and all. I, Ashmita Beura, research scholar, PG Department of Home Science from Ramadevi Women's University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, is here to present her e-poster on impact of food habits on the mental health of the young adults. So in my study, this study was made to find the relationship and the impact of the food and mental health in young adults. We found evidences of a significant cross-sectional relationship between unhealthy dietary pattern and a deteriorating mental health in the young adults. So data from adult population have indicated that better quality diet is associated with the better quality health. According to the survey, most of the students were noted to be depressed, stressed, and anxious most of the time. And over the past 30 days, it was taken for a 1 month period, and which also revealed that the minimal intake of the healthy food and rather than maximum intake of unhealthy junk foods to overcome the phase or the vice versa. So results show that the improvising dietary awareness through increased access to healthy foods could improve the mental health. So ma'am, under this poster, I've attached 2 of my graphs. So I'm zooming it. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
In this graph, 2 of the graphs, you can see that I've taken 2 stress periods, that is one of the moderate stress and high stress, and also 3 main meals that we take in a day, that is breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And these studies were taken somehow to see that change in meal patterns, and one is seen to be made in change in meal patterns in between the meals. So, here the graphs, the purple color indicates that before the stress period on the typical day, what they ate, how much amount of food they ate, and the blue color ones indicated that on a normal day without any stress or being anxious, what they ate in a day in different meal periods. And these are the two graphs that are I've found out from my study. And this pie chart is indicating that how much of the students were aware of the mental health problems that are ongoing right now. And that's what the percentage shows, that how much students are aware of the mental illness or mental health, or what food actually impacts the mental health of the students. So this was my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Asmita. Ma'am, any questions for her?
Yes, that was a nice presentation, Asmita. Only one thing is, you have given that you have assessed their knowledge on how much they are aware about it. So is there any impact of their knowledge turned into their attitude of eating good food? Is that assessed?
Sorry, ma'am, I'm unable to hear the question.
The question is, you have assessed their knowledge on eating good food, impact of good food in their mental health. So have you assessed the attitude,
Yes, ma'am.
whether they are with the good knowledge, whether they are eating good food or right way they are practicing? Have you assessed their attitude and practice towards good food or eating healthy?
Yes, ma'am. I have already added that one in my questionnaire. Through my questionnaire, I had 5 to 6 people to ask about what is actually balanced diet. Do they know what balanced diet consists of? Are they aware of the 5 food groups that are given by ICMR? So that
Shmita, that is not the question.
consideration, but I have not
Excuse
put
me.
in the graph in here.
No, that is not the question. The question is not about the knowledge. Knowledge is assessed. We understood that. Whether this knowledge is having impact in their healthy eating habits. Is that assessed?
Means what are actually they are including the food in their daily diets.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I have asked about that, and some of the students were aware of their means healthy food habits, and some knew about the healthy food habits, but they do not pattern. So that's why that one I have not taken in much consideration. So I haven't made any graph related to that. Sorry,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Asmita. Ma'am, we are going with the last presentation for the day by Lovelin Sahni from Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, going to give oral presentation on the topic Eating Behavior and Emergence of Childhood Obesity. Lovelin?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. You can start sharing your screen.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Naveen Sahani, and my co-author is Mamta Shetty. We are batchmates and students of MSc second year from Symbiosis Skills and Professional University. And our topic is eating behavior and emergence of the childhood obesity. So obesity is the deposition of the excess body weight or the adipose tissue, and it is not related to associated with the weight and the comorbid conditions, and the eating behavior and or the appetite traits includes the satiety responsiveness and the food responsiveness in terms of the food preference, food quantity intake, meal time, and the food selection. And according to the graph, for the research context and the monitoring purposes, the overweight and obese category classification recommendation has been shifted from from 91 to 80% for the overweight category, and for the obese category, it has been shifted from 98 to 95%. The next is the rationale. So the various studies has demonstrated that the children eating behavior play a major role in the development of the obesity, and in the child's food preferences, habits, and the patterns that are formed in the first stage of the life shows the behavioral traits that change over time in response to individual experiences that leads to the emergence of the obesity. And on the basis of the rationale, the aims and objectives of the study are to understand the factors influencing the eating behavior, to understand the association between the eating behavior and the body composition throughout the childhood. And the third is the strategies for the permanent establishment of healthy eating habits in children as a means of preventing childhood obesity. So this is the global prevalence of the childhood obesity. Children aged between 5 to 9 years. The data is being sourced from WHO and is published by CNN in 2016, which shows that among the countries, the Nauru has the highest obesity rate with 36.3%, and then next is the US with 22.7%. And the data reveals that in 2016, the obesity rate in India was low, and it was somewhere between 5.74% and 8.82%, according to the Indian Journal of Endocrinology and the Metabolism. So in India, two pan-India studies have been conducted, which reveal that out of the different states and cities in India, the Srinagar has the highest obesity rate, and then followed by the Bhubaneswar and Karimnagar in Andhra Pradesh. The next is the factors associated to the eating behavior in the children, which are associated with the aspects like individualism, the family, peers, child care, school, society, policies, community, and the built environment. The first factor is the satiety response. So the satiety response is necessary to decide the food intake in the mealtime. So it leads to the childhood obesity. The next is the energy compensation, which is the ability to respond to the reduction of energy intake at the mealtime. And this has been evaluated by compensation rate, whose score reveal and reflect the perfect compensation. The next when a child has a higher eating rate, motivation of food consumption, so the hypothalamus get enough signal of the satiety.
Lovely. Excuse me, your voice is breaking. If you are using your mic, I think you have to check it.
Now is it?
Hello? I hope you're having some network connectivity, disconnectivity.
Okay. Continue, Ravlin.
Yes, ma'am. So the next factor is response to the food. So some of the behavioral studies have shown that there is a greater response to the food when there is an increased consumption of highly palatable food. The next is the reinforcement of the food. That there is a subjective reinforcement is being experienced by the children after consuming high palatable food, like the bland food, which is consumed in low amount by children, by humans also in general, but a palatable food is often being consumed even after the energy requirements have been fulfilled. So
So the reinforcement of the food plays a major role is a major factor that plays a role in the development of the obesity. Then the next factor is the food preference, which differs in both the obese children as well as the normal weight children. Like there is a preference of sweet flavors by children over the bitter and the acidic flavor. This is probably an adaptive value because the sweetness indicates the presence of the sugars and calories, whereas the bitter taste shows the presence of the toxins, and the salty taste is not present from birth. It is moreover adapted or acquired at approximately around 4 months of the age. The next is the stress and eating. So studies have shown that there is a human tendency of consuming more of sweetened and fat foods rather than the protein-rich food under stress as a part of coping up mechanism. Then the next factor is the modern food environment, which has transformed the food supply, like the grazing, snacking, eating out, or eating on go, that leads to substantial increase in the caloric intake. So these all factors are associated to the eating behavior in the children, and disturbance in these factors leads to development of bad eating habits in children. There is skipping of the breakfast, lower frequency of food consumption. There is eating of sweetened packed foods, and there is consumption of sugary foods, and eating without hunger, which all leads to the disruption in the eating behavior of the child, and it result in increased consumption of energy dense foods. And apart from this, there is lack of physical activity, increased screen time, and burden of the school homeworks and studies in this competitive world, which eventually leads to the obesity in the child. Then next is the methodology. So the data which I have searched from the selective electronic databases like the PubMed, NCBI, Google Scholar, that range from 2010 to 2022. And out of the 50 citations, only 30 were screened, which define the inclusion as well as the exclusion criteria. The inclusion criteria were the cross-sectional studies, review articles, and the meta-analysis that focused on the eating behavior in children between 2 to 10 years of the age. And the exclusion criteria were the studies that have mixed data other than the eating behavior and obesity, and those which were not published in English language and published in other language were excluded. And the 30 studies screened, the 8 were cross-sectional, 3 were cohort, 2 were comparative, and 2 were meta-analysis, along with the 15 review studies. So the results and the discussion that the 9 studies reveal that the childhood obesity is a growing problem that can have a serious health consequence in the later life, and the eating behavior plays a significant role in the development of the childhood obesity. According to 7 studies, obese children consuming food more quickly are less sensitive to fullness cues and are more receptive to food cues than children of healthy weight. While some studies reveal that compared to children with normal weight, overweight and obese children display a pattern of faster food consumption and poorer reaction to satiety and a larger food response. And the promotion of good eating habits, raising awareness of the detrimental effects of the poor eating patterns, and educating the parents on the promotion of nutritious food should be the main objective of the interventions to prevent and treat the childhood obesity. By promoting healthy eating habits and physical activity, we can prevent the childhood obesity and promote overall health and well-being in children. So these are the strategy, which includes the physical factors, the psychological factors, and the emotional factors that can develop good eating behavior in children. So the physical factors includes the physical activity, which means encouraging child to go out or play, participation in the sports and games, and limiting the screen time, and by proper hydration, and by having a balanced meal of carbohydrate, proteins, and fats, which can develop good eating habits. And apart from this, the emotional and the psychological factors, so this includes like if a child is eating small quantity of the food with maximum meals like 5 meals a day, particularly the breakfast is being consumed by the child, needs to be focused on. And apart from this, there is the responsibility of the family members, caregivers, parents, who should be the model of the healthy behavior towards food and exercise to the children, so they can develop the good eating habits and prevent the obesity in childhood. So these are Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Lovelyn. Nice, interesting presentation. My question here is, eating behavior differs from culture to culture, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So how many of your studies are specific to Indian community or Asian community?
The Asian communities were three studies were there of the Asian communities.
Okay. How about Indian community?
And one was for Indian community.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, Lovelyn.
Welcome.
Ma'am, before ending the session, I would like to have a snipper for all us.
Yes.
So I request everyone to turn on their cameras. So I request other participants also, please turn on their cameras. I hope everyone is ready. We are going with one more. Thank you everyone for cooperating with this. So with this, we are concluded with the first day of our conference. On behalf of Universal Society of Food and Nutrition and Biolics, I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers for their presence and contribution to making this conference a more informative and interesting session, and also participants to take out the time from their busy schedule and to grace the event. It's been a pleasure being with you, all of you today. Thank you all for your patience. I wish you all a very good afternoon. I hope all will join the conference on tomorrow with the same enthusiasm and energy. And Sripriya ma'am, thank you very much for being patient and evaluating all the sessions, all the participations. And I thank all the participants.
For me also to hear from all the participants. I wish them all a very grand success in their future endeavors.
Yeah, thank you. With this note, we are closing the first day of our conference. Hoping to see you all tomorrow for the second day of our conference. Bye-bye. Have a great day ahead.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you, Sripriya madam. Bye-bye.